model, CAS LLM, and first and foremost, the development of human capital. The Kazakhstan is known by its talent. Based on Astana Hub's premises, the entrepreneurs conquered the international markets, and already now at the zone of Expo we have the cluster that forms the National AI Center, Alem AI, that would become a locomotive of the industry. The center is going to serve as a platform for applying the best world practices in the AI. 1 million people would be trained for the skills related to AI in 5 years, and the strongest talent are going to work directly in the AI Alem, forming the collective mind that is very much necessary to work there. The initiatives are going to provide with the grounds for establishing the democratic society, the future of the Republic of Kazakhstan. The symbolic name Generation.kz is going to be there, establishing or shaping the future of the AI. So basically the video clip, I would like to tell, the content here is very much powerful indeed. As the Minister of Digital Development, as the Digital Ministry in terms of all the respective areas, institutional legislatively, we just established the respective committee, and within the coming 5 years around 1 million people of our citizens are going to be trained by us. And if you know, in principle, we can already speak about that. In Astana, however we view it there, in Astana, the sphere there, we are going to have the International Center for the Development of the AI. There we are going to have the campuses, R&D laboratories, we are going to have lots of such kind of things, the ecosystem that's going to be there for all the talent to accumulate them. Basically, in principle, we have very good collaboration with international partners in terms of trainings. So basically here, in that regard, we are very much active. However, here I would like to know the following. It is very much important in each and every organization, even at the state level, when you have the support of your leadership. Basically, the leadership in transformation, they are called as the sponsors. The sponsors are not the ones who provide you with the money, but rather who have your idea, your vision supported. So with us, in fact, for the Kazakh citizens, we are very much lucky. Our president, Mr. Kassym-Jomart Tokayev, indeed, he does support us in all the areas. And just one more video is going to be there. Wait a moment. Are going to be there. Who of you, by the way, knows Astana Hub? Yes. Astana Hub, within such a short historical period, proved with its efficiency. It established the very ecosystem, and in terms of the digital innovations, by the way, we should be proud that in many points, international rankings are leading. For example, many international partners, guests, while visiting us in terms of GovTech in particular, they are surpassed to what extent we are advanced. For example, we are in top 10 countries in the world out of 193 countries in terms of digital documents. That's a very good result. Now we have a focus on the AI. Just recently also, by the way, our president visited Astana Hub, where we in general demonstrated the very concept of the International Center Alem AI. We demonstrated our startups. Also, if you visit us today, we already have the respective projects. Many startups that are already made in Kazakhstan and are operational with the AI. Their capitalization, their figures are around 100 million US dollars already. Really, all the Kazakh people, in my opinion, we have very good genetics. We are such a people that is smart. And in terms of AI, we are not so much delusionary, taking into account what we have in terms of Trump's investments in supercomputers, the Chinese activities. However, we have a chance. We do have a chance, and already within such a short span of time, we already have gathered the pool, the things. Astana Hub, 2,500 people, around 10% are the startups who work with AI. And here, valuing this opportunity, let me just demonstrate one more video clip. It's about how our president tells it here, yes, that it is very much important to develop it on a systematic approach, and that the AI can not only change the form of economic process, but to enhance the quality of the citizen's life. And you would be basically able to work with the virtual assistant receiving certain state services. It's in an active phase. That's why in the nearest time we are going to have lots of interesting projects with the digital ministry to be announced. Just a short video, again, how our president visited our Astana hub. Indeed, the potential of the IT sector of the country is very much huge. We were eyewitnesses, all of us here. That's why we need to use it in full potential and to pay focus, especially to the respective advancement. It is necessary to have the respective innovations so as to be a developed country. First of all, we need to digitize HR and to develop AI. It is very much important. Indeed, the visit took place. We are very much actively involved into that. You know, the team that works with the digital ministry, in fact, we have many of them in the presidential pool, HR pool. I communicate with them. They're smart, keen, very much advanced intellectual people. You know, I am myself a bit more than 50 years old, and I'm very much proud that I work with such a team. If you compare with our ministries, our digital ministry indeed demonstrates the results. Before, if we were mainly about the GovTech, the respective services for the citizens, and now the focus is going to be about the e-gov for businesses. So we're going to establish the new services, convenient, client-centric, proactive ones, and so on. And today, basically, look, we just considered a number of key stores. We did consider them. We saw the respective forecast from Microsoft in OpenAI. We did see some risks in terms of that the AI is very much developing, that there are many issues.
Market on digitalization. AI market is really immense, you know, and AI startups and AI solutions is something that everybody is interested in. And the objective for the hub that we have, there was a hub that was opened with the support of the Ministry of Digitalization. So actually, that center supports a very soft, you know, entrance to the market, you know, so that the AI startups don't have any hardships in terms of getting visas, in terms of opening new businesses and so on. So we're going to be providing an assistance. And on the top of what I've just said, you know, we're going to be performing the duties of the hub, and plus we're going to be acting as an investor. So we have the first tangible results, you know. Perhaps you have heard about our subsidiary company, and we have invested $9 million. The concept works, you know. So we have over 20 different soft products sold already, and you know, the U.S. has their own factors, you know. However, you know, when I talk to the representatives of different AI startups, you know, who came over here today, they're sorry that they don't have a chance, you know, to scale up abroad. And actually, there's a good perspective of having a multiplicity effect. Thank you so much. Thank you. So, thank you for being so brief, and we have some time to share. You know, perhaps we could share some recommendations. You know, so let's say 3 top recommendations to be given to the young generation. You know, and Gen Nation KZ. You know, there's a certain term, you know, invented for this generation. So what would you recommend? So recommendation number 1 is that please use all of the programs that we have at the Astana Hub and Ministry of Digital Development. And recommendation number 2 is that certainly, you know, we got to be setting up the vertical startups, you know, and you have to know how the things work from the very beginning. And recommendation number 3, you know, keep educating yourselves, you know, keep yourselves up to date. Yes, indeed, thank you so much for your recommendations. We have lots of training and learning opportunities, and young people are exposed to new knowledge. And Jan and Clay, you know, as a project who's going to be making their own presentation, and that startup was presented to the Prime Minister. and we provide grants free of charge, and the interest rate shouldn't be returned, and there's going to be seeds planted, and then later on this is going to be bring some investment. But so coded play is one of the references. So the message that I would like to share is that I think it is a high time to mention about the expediency and the efficiency from the AI startups. Perhaps we are the representatives from the startups, those who can share success. Yeah, we actually visited VC zone, and we have to scale the things up. We have to raise awareness. We have to use easy words to explain what's been done. Al-Farabi Innovation Hub. Is this the title? Yeah. This is something that already exists in Kazakhstan. So, with your permission, I would like to mention that Aslan has exposed us to whatever they do, and we also have Aseft Abdualiyev, who's a prominent figure in terms of digitalization, IT, and digitalization. So actually, he has chaired the first Kazakh International Hub, and actually, he is a great professional, in terms of innovative technologies, in terms of engaging the foreign investment. So actually, the floor is yours. So could we have the presentation on the screen, please? Thank you so much. Hopefully you can hear me well, and good afternoon. Yeah, well, frankly speaking, when I was planning to take a flight, I was hoping to have some spring, So my name is Asset Abdualiyev. I'm the founder of Silk Road Innovation Hub. And this is a hub that is going to be a bridge from this region over to the Silicon Valley. And in fact, Silk Road Innovation Hub is a hope for talents, So we want to approach not only Kazakhstan, but entire Central Asian region, all 5 Central Asian countries, Azerbaijan, Turkey, and Mongolia. So we want to support the talents from those countries, those who want to enter the market of Silicon Valley. So what it is, so this is a snapshot. We have a large office in the very center of the Silicon Valley. It takes just 5 minutes away from the Stanford University, and I've been living in the United States since 2017. And many of you have already visited the hub, and this is the first ever Robinhood company. This is the first pair company sponsored. And in case if you have a chance to visit the Silicon Valley, welcome to our office. We're going to be sharing the address, and those who make snapshots, please tag us, on Instagram. We'll be more than glad to if you share the stories. So actually, within this period of time, we have set up a great set of contacts. We keep working with the governments, with VC ecosystems, with the corporate clients, and certainly with the large infrastructure partners who have been created for the startups. And this is a snapshot of one of our largest clients. The committee is comprised of over 1,000 community members, and our events were visited by 9,000 plus visitors. So actually, what type of startup programs do we have? So actually, last year we have a very interesting statistics. We have 198 startups visiting the Silicon Valley, visiting our office. So the startups that have been commencing their activity like 5 months prior. So it's Tech Garden, Alchemix, and Silicon Valley residents, and so on. So those founders, were very active in terms of coming to us, in terms of visiting the Silicon Valley, and you don't have to pay too much, time, and you got to try it on. You got to take opportunities. A great reference is the startups working in Saudi Arabia and in the Middle East. There's lots of opportunities, and actually we're going to be having startups opening in Tokyo. So actually Silk Road Innovation Fund became the first one. We're not the members of any industrial associations. However, we keep the friendly relationships with all of the parties concerned, and we're very glad that we have this level of cooperation. So some figures to share with you, and the acceleration programs brought up to 200 million of US dollars investment, and actually we have a very active training program. We have trained angel investors, over 200 people. Over 200 hours of lectures, so 200 people were trained accordingly, and actually we've been investing. In terms of the investments, to let me brief you about what Silk Road Innovation Fund Hub is dealing with. We're not just about the startups, we're about the investments. So actually we perhaps could name some of the most prominent ones, and we have provided investments for 17 portfolio companies, and actually 40 million US dollars were raised. And Coded Play, is a great reference. 9 million US dollars was raised, and US venture capitalists were interested in that company in particular. Some startups are not known. However, our citizens actually have founded greater startups. So some of the investments, the most prominent ones, as I said before, in the very center, you could see Alma. Alma is the startup we're very proud of, and there are two founders, female founders, one from Kazakhstan and one from Kyrgyzstan. Both of them have been educated at Howard University. They used to be working in McKinsey and EBRD, and last year they established a startup called Alma, and we were the first investors. So what they do is they build an AI agent. Muhammad Ali just mentioned about the AI agent. So this is the agent helping you to apply for a work permit in the United States, and they have raised up to 6 million US dollars, and they made 700,000 US dollars for a year. So I have no doubts that the new startup is going to be, initiated by the female founders, because the female startuppers are very advanced. It's not just a matter of making a compliment. No, I would like to say that women are true power in our region. And the next startup is Dipinfra. Dipinfra have raised more than 10 million US dollars, and the founders have been constructed a platform for inferencing, so you could talk to AI models. So Series A is going to be the next phase of funding. So Atarina, the company that has been just recently established. So again, the founders also are from Kazakhstan. Eldar has a PhD from Physical and Technical University in Moscow, and California University is his other alma mater. Ardak has been working in gaming startups, and last year they raised 1 million US dollars. And we became one of the investors, and there are many references of this kind. We have many founders from our region. Perceptus, for instance, an AI agent helping you to build commercial proposals for the companies. In order to initiate a business, you have to send a commercial proposal to your partner, right? And undoubtedly, if you sell, potatoes or TV sets, everything is easy. Here's a TV set and here's a price. However, when you sell consulting or research, you have to make a demonstration. You have to make a teaser. You have to, demonstrate what you do, how you do it, and so on. So that AI platform actually deals with those companies who propose on intellectual solutions. So again, those founders are also from Kazakhstan. One of them finished Berkeley, and Yursultan used to be working for Apple before. Alibek has used to be working for McKinsey, and they have raised 1.5 million US dollars, and they help making the commercial proposals, so they make up to 100,000 US dollars per month. So those are the serious figures, and we are very proud of the fact that number one, we were one of the first investors. We provided them with the office space, and we became the first venture investors, and we hope that our venture investments is going to be returned, in full. So here's Silk Road Angel Club. This is the club that we have launched this year, and we plan to recruit up to 100 angels this year, and we plan to invest up to 10 million US dollars per year, so that we could have money from private investors and keep working with them. So let me brief about the events upcoming. So in October, on the 25th to be precise, we had a very large-scale event in the Silicon Valley. So this is actually the actual photograph. This is the Minister of Digital Development, and we made a great presentation of Central Asia. We sold 1.3 thousand tickets, but in San Francisco we had to, sell the tickets. We made 70,000 US dollars. Of course, we didn't compensate the expenses to arrange the conference. But 1.3 thousand people, bought the tickets. We had 157 venture capitalists coming.
Founder of more than 300 founders, many startups that are present here. They also were present at that very conference. Also, that's about TechCrunch. That's the most prestigious technological exhibition in the world. We've been, for the second year, partners of it. We've been having our own pavilions, not just a stand. And this year we brought 24 startups. We are very much glad with that. And we were the largest pavilion at TechCrunch. And this year we were larger than Ukraine, South Korea, Japan, Belgium, and a number of other countries there. That's a pleasant thing that we have lots of startups that can be presented at the high level. In general, in principle, I'm going to finish the speech at this point. Thank you very much for your attention. Once again, we are at the Silicon Valley. Maybe it's very much expensive and difficult to get there, but I think that's the very filter that's there for it. The most perseverant people, guys, go there who would like to attain their goals. Also, I welcome you to the Silicon Valley. Seriously, our address is available on the Silk Road Innovation Hub's website. Thank you very much. We are for 2 days here, and we have our own stand here as well. Thank you. I said that's very much cool. In fact, such kind of stories, they inspire. They do inspire in regard to that. Our guys, for example, by looking at this, we can tell that that's again reminded me about genetics. Our Kazakh guys, they were the same, young, youthful, and when such kind of things are done, I'm very much pleasant in my heart. And knowing you, looking at you, I can have the feeling of decency, intelligence, smartness with you, whereas you yourself give away. And just imagine how many companies receive the respective support, glad and pleasant. That's very much good. In general, our president has the respective instruction. We have our own KPI that by the year 2029 that IT experts would comprise around $1 billion US, and we already are attaining that figure step by step. In reality, what is there in the US, and that's a recommendation that we shouldn't be frightened. We need to write down the contacts. All the life is about communications, contact, call up, fly over. I said, just like I would like to tell about myself as well. I also used to call myself a startupper, a staunchy old startupper. It was 1998 in the US, and then I came up with an idea there. It was about self-sufficient executive file concept. Each and every video has metadata, and I had a dream that the videos would be self-sufficient. You know, Amazon came up with that. Yes, that's the point. Yeah, yes. But you go in terms of timing, you were before. Yeah. And the most interesting case, by the way, he also advised it to everyone. I found out Baker McKenzie in Texas, and there I was told that if I would like to get the respective patent, then I need to go to UCPTO. I went there, Baker McKenzie paid for everything, and usually the people wait for 4 to 5 years in there, and I wait there for a year. Then I gave up. Then my friends referred to me. I just referred them to Texas, Baker McKenzie, and they received it just within 1 year. Why? Do you know again any hints? No, because of competitors? No, because the patent holder was 70 plus in terms of age, and again they were so much loyal, and they were afraid that he had the respective risk, and that's why they had it in one advance. What I usually used to wait for 3 years, they came up just 1 year. That's why once again let's thank Asset and Aslan. Those are our guys. Stories are amazing. Again, you have a very favorable hand, lucky hand, I would say, that through it we have the rolling out of our company startups. It's not only about Kazakhstan, it's about the whole region: Uzbekistan, Azerbaijan, Turkey, Mongolia. Basically, we are presenting just one single union. That's very much important. Yes, thank you. And now let me give the floor to another speaker. Again, I'm very much sorry. You know, the guys asked, they are flying over somewhere. Nazgul Baltimirova. Let us invite Nazgul Baltimirova. All the time I am praising Astana Hub. The team is so much advanced. The Ministry of Digital Development, you know, there we launched the Agile transformation, and the ideologist of the Agile transformation in the state authorities, Marjan, he himself in Astana Hub launched the Agile transformation. All the teams work in that regard. They have 2 big sprints, backlogs, daily stand-ups, and so on. Again, Nazgul, she is our starlet. Could you tell about Astana Hub's project? The presentation is ready, right? Hello, dear colleagues. Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, dear participants, my name is Nazgul Baytemirov. I am head of the Astana Hub Ventures. I also work on the Fund of Funds project, Kazakhstan Venture Group. Since today I present the investing party, I just would like to briefly tell about the role of venture capital in the development of innovations. Definitely the audience is different, and I would like just briefly tell about what the venture capital is about. Oftentimes that's an investment fund that invests in private funds. There's lots of potential for scaling. Meanwhile, by investing, get some small share in the capital in the startup's ownership structure. Right. The major points, the key questions are about how the venture capital affects the development, not only about the investment environment, economic environment, various regions of the region of the country. Why is that important? Why is that important to develop the VC? Why is that important to draw the money of venture capital? Here we have just some short facts based on the Harvard Business School's research that tells that only 0.5% of startups receive VC funds. Nearly 50% of the companies respectively get their respective IPOs. So those are VC-backed startups. 89% of all the R&D costs basically have the resources of the venture capital. For example, if your startup is pretty much deep resource consuming, there's lots of R&D costs, expenditures, then there is a point definitely to consider VC. Also, it was proven that all the startups that received the support of the venture capital, they were 2-4 times more likely to file influential patents. How does VC drive innovation? That's definitely about financing the venture capital. Though they are high-risk investments, they are investments that help you level out certain risks that the private markets have, whereas the market capitalization is defined by the exchanges. Also, in the venture capital, we have different stages of financing. For example, in our region, in Kazakhstan mainly, the venture funds so far invest in early startups, and it doesn't tell that they don't have any investment expertise in the later stage project, but rather that the industry of venture capital itself, the startups, they are much earlier in their stages, and since the demand provides with respective supplies and vice versa, we have the respective stage for that. I also know that Alim today is going to share with the news of the Fund 2.0 that invests in later stage projects. For example, the initiative of the Fund of Funds project that's targeting $1 billion US. It also intends to invest in the very venture funds that invest in the later stage, much later stage startups in their development. The VC drives innovation in terms of that it helps you to set up the internal corporate culture as well as internal corporate procedures, the right BODs, boards of directors, the respective observation statuses. Basically, also that's about, to rightly select your co-founders in the right way to distribute the options pools, the pools of talent for your startups, and in the right way to select the BOD that would oftentimes in the future to participate in the strategic decision making of your startup. In principle, the diagram was shown by the colleagues before. Definitely, it's an axiom that the AI startups, they are the hot issues, the matters that are very much of favorite for the venture companies. It's not secret that the top investors are Sequoia, Google Ventures, Andreessen, Horowitz, SoftBank, and I do hope that from our region we would have bright, successful VCs that would invest the majority of their portfolio in the EI projects, and I do hope that there would be space to invest in from the fund. What the AI projects are different from, for example, from the SaaS, for example, software as a service, for B2B clients, for example. In general, DI there they have longer cycles, R&D cycle, and there is a challenge to draw talent. It's no secret for everyone then to find out a CTO, a technological partner for our own projects. It's very much difficult. In this pie chart, you can see the major areas where the venture investments went to in the respective year as per the Crunchbase. The majority went definitely, as we mentioned before, to AI projects, the very projects that use AI in their solutions, in their platforms and services. The second place definitely is with SaaS. I believe that SaaS would not go away anywhere because they solve the matters much bigger corporations, and since the markets are bigger and the paychecks are higher as well. Respectively, that's about the rationale that is very much straightforward. The higher the market is, the market there, you sell your ideas, you undertake your startup, your projects, then the higher the probability is going to be there that you would have higher paychecks from the venture capital. The biotech, fintech, they are, by the way, in terms of fintech in particular, it is one of the brightest and top sectors developing here in Kazakhstan. In March, we are going to have a report issued from Rise Research in terms of venture capital in Kazakhstan, Central Asia, and Caucasus. I believe that in that report we would be able also to be reassured that the fintech is one of the brightest industries that is actively, with great keenness, is invested by our venture capitalists. Here, definitely we need to pay attention to the point that the clean energy, unfortunately, received the least investments from the venture capitalists. Why? Unfortunately, we all know that there are matters around the climate change, and the ESG matters are pretty much acute now, you know. Definitely here are brightest examples that we have. I couldn't get the DeepSeek, but I believe everyone is aware about it. It decreased the respective LLM payments. At the beginning we mentioned about the OpenAI, Anthropic, DeepMind examples. Those are the brightest examples. The AI projects that now are very much in the know by everyone. OpenAI received around $13 billion. Anthropic from Microsoft, Anthropic $4 billion. Also, there was an M&A deal whereas Google purchased DeepMind for $500 million. The sum of purchase usually is a bit lower than the venture assessment because that's about cash amounts. What are challenges that are there? The AI VC investments definitely there. The first challenge is about the expensive calculating capacities, though the people there that DeepSeek rejected that. However, there are different articles issued that in fact DeepSeek didn't open up the cost items paid for them by their hedge fund. Definitely, nevertheless, all of that is discussed. However, the fact is there. The computational powers, the computational expenditures are pretty much high. The regulatory uncertainty, definitely, it's there. It's about ethical matters where the AI is good or bad. What hidden things are, and you know, in the end, there is some distrust towards the AI, whether that's an enemy or the friend of the humankind. I believe that in principle I can wrap up my presentation. Here we have the major concerns, problems in terms of the very impact, the influence of the VC in regard to the development of innovations. First of all, it's about the narrow focus. Earlier on, I shared with you about the HR matter that the VC people are pretty much opportunistic oftentimes and not all the time believe that the investments can influence different areas of economy. They mainly think about exits, the short-term nature of the projects, and in regard to that, many experts suggest the venture capitalists not to think about in the periods of 5 to 10 years, but to look wider in terms of their influence as well. What are major growing trends and solutions for venture capital, VC and innovations? Definitely, that's about the mega funds. There we are on time with that. We establish under Astana Hub, the management of Astana Hub, the respective activities under the Kazakh Venture Fund. There are also alternative investment methods. If you establish your startups, don't think that the venture capital is the only way to raise capital. For example, there are grants like the ones from Kazakh Innovation. There are different incubation acceleration programs. You can demonstrate them yourselves very good, get the respective early investor money during demonstration stages as well. Also, in conclusion, I would like to tell that venture capital is, as it's proven, that they are catalysts of development, and it's very much glad that Kazakhstan is very much active in developing the VC industry. One of the brightest examples probably is the event that we have today, and that's it. And In fact, thank you very much. Thank you, Nazgul. In fact, what is now set up as the fund of funds, 1 billion mentioned, it tells about the new level of maturity of our IT area, but most probably you're going to have a much more diversified approach in the future. We are going to have some local, some international approaches, markets. You know, our today's forum is related to industrialization. Today we have had so many interesting projects, and in trend is going to be the cryptocurrency, robototechnics, everything related to the IT, the opportunities to use big data investments, respectively, AI. Again, who have you heard about most? I think it's the most renowned brand here in Kazakhstan in this regard. You know, we have Mr. Koktashov Pavel. Together we came up with the respective venture capitalists funds, and we asked what we can change as the state authority, as a state company in terms of VC. So far we didn't define everything. However, we came up with the same point that we have the deficit in regard to pain, and now we are trying step by step to reassure all of our regulatory organizations that the second tier banks, insurance companies, microcredit organizations would be able to have some part of it profits to invest in the venture capital, and I believe that's going to be a good prop up. And I also would like to tell that, by the way, Most has very beautiful, bright presentations. Now, a great pleasure. I would like to give the floor to Alim Khamitov. Let us have a round of applause to him, and I believe that you can be just on time, not wasting time, please.
Good afternoon. And I think that it is always fascinating to close the session, so I will try to surprise you, And my presentation has been divided into two parts, actually, and I'm so glad to see that we have people who want to ask questions in regards to our ecosystem and the work we do. Well, actually, we talk about the investment in AI, and the portfolio of our first foundation is comprised of 30 companies, and 13 of them deal with AI. So actually, I will brief you about the fund. Actually, I'm the co-founder of Most, and whatever has to do with investments is my responsibility. So you probably know about us as an infrastructural actor, and we have launched the first startup program. So we didn't have an understanding that we were dealing with the incubation, and in fact it was called the incubation. Then we had visited the United States and we found out more. So our mission remains the same. We are faithful in technology entrepreneurs, no matter where they are physically. They shouldn't be physically located in the region, so because the technology has a global nature. And actually, I would like to agree that even the emerging markets, as the Central Asian market, has to, stick to the international standards. And actually, we used to be saying that you have to start something up locally and then scale it up globally. However, in case if you do have a global product, it does make a sense to start off abroad. So how do we provide assistance to the entrepreneurs actually who deal with AI? For instance, we treat ourselves as investment and financial holding. Actually, we provide assistance in terms of the ecosystem development. I call myself a venture entrepreneur because we don't just give a hand of help to startups, we also develop our own business. The startup ecosystem is something that we've been dealing with for a long time in a row, and and we still have educational component, and perhaps you have completed our acceleration program, I assume, and I'm going to be brief you about the new format for our accelerator. This is going to be a combined model, and the startups will get money at the initial phase. Previously we would have a demo first arranged, and then we would give the money. So right now we're launching a platform allowing to get funds at the initial phase. We believe that we're all about the community. We have investors community, and tonight we're going to be having the VC party, and it is going to be held at 1900. So please come over to our pavilion. And besides, we do have our own hub, and those who didn't visit, please don't hesitate. We have most IT hub in Uzbekistan as well, so perhaps you have a point of of actions. We do have our own community, and currently we have two funds. The first fund that I briefed you about has completed its investment period. We have invested into 30 companies, and many of them have been growing. So as a teaser, I'd like to give you the info about the second fund, and in order for you to have a complete understanding in regards to what we do, there's a great deal of appetite. We don't have enough money at the market available. We don't have enough short money, right? Because startup business is a regular business. Unfortunately, not all financial institutions like the banks and funding institutions treat startups equally. However, you can't ignore startups. Just have a look at the Forbes list. There's going to be totally different people who made money, who became rich thanks to AI, thanks to technologies, not thanks to construction, not thanks to oil and gas. However, the market is underfunded. So we have created this digital micro loan organization, and we provide venture loans, microloans for IT companies. So to have money and get share in return is very, very expensive for the companies. So startups face this issue frequently. So we have provided funds for 5+ companies. We provide venture capital for up to a year, and the amount is up to 75 million tenge, which is 120,000 US dollars in equivalent. So we're going to be launching Most EDA. This is going to be launched together with our Turkish partners. They're great investors, great entrepreneurs, and they're venture investors. They have over 30 million US dollars in their portfolio. They operate not only in Turkey but also in Europe, and we're ready to provide investments at the growth stage. It's not a pre-seed or seed stage. That's a late seed phase. So during round 3, you're looking for up to 5 million US dollars, and we're ready to do that. We're going to be pretty selective in terms of who is going to be getting this money, but in fact we're going to be providing funding for the startups who have developed their business from this region. Actually, to understand who our investees are, let me brief you about VR blog. And this project actually was something that we have launched, and this is a great project that has to do with both hardware and software development. So the guys have created a new protocol to transmit data. So actually the delay in signal transmission is much less, and per minute of time you are able to transmit as much data as possible. So actually you could use that in electric cars, because the electric car in fact is a computer on wheels, and the computer is to be able to see what's going on around, and this could be used in drones and military industry industry. So why is it called VR? You gotta have a gauge to have it. So actually, the goggles is something that you need to operate. So you can have expectations to have chips made by Kazakh company because they signed a contract with Sony. So that's a pure deep tech. They've been dealing with the project for over 9 years. So that's a pure network initiative. We have supported them, and now they have raised 25 million US dollars, and it is estimated that they may raise up to 100 million US dollars. So actually the potential is great, and we call them the next Qualcomm. Qualcomm wants to purchase Intel, that's a competitive IBM and so on. So they use machine learning, however, merged with hardware. So one more startup that I would like to mention about is DirectNet. So in parallel, as most ventures, most investments, we manage a fund under Tech Garden, and together with our colleagues from Tech Garden, we managed to do that. Kazakhstan has a great potential in Industry 4.0. References oil tech, mining tech, whatever has to do with subsoil use. Where there's an endless opportunity for digitalization. And I have a pure understanding, and I'm absolutely sure if we could export digital projects from oil tech and mining tech, we could have had a great references globally. So DirectNet is a great product for the subsoil users. You're able to get analytics. You're able to have the any task automated. So before this company actually addressed the investors, they had partners represented by large oil and gas companies. However, oil fields, they have similar issues. The levels of digitalization could differ. They have just signed a contract with VetNOC, and so oil tech solutions may be scaled up. And the last project that I would like to mention has to do with AI. When we talk about AI, we sometimes keep forgetting about the safety, right? And cybersecurity is one of the issues. So the growth of AI agents and the growth in terms of the application is something that has to do with cyber attacks, and everybody is concerned about the compliance to the cybersecurity standards. So this is something that allows you using your libraries to make sure that your application is safe. So the startup is at its early stage. However, Asid and I have been looking for the developers, and we have similar approach in regards to incentives, So ex-Google, ex-Meta guys, and they have the greatest R&D in Kazakhstan, great guys, So that's a very complex products. We have invested into this company. They have a great deal of potential. So for me, that's an in-depth expertise. You should have spent quite some time in the best ever IT companies in order to become an expert in cybersecurity. So we made a stake on them, and actually 30 companies have been managed by my fund. And 13 of them are IT companies. And the last point to do is, despite the list of projects that I have provided to you, I would like to say that we're looking for the platforms. AI Anthropic is a great reference in terms of how you could have AI platforms, and we're looking for the comprehensive approaches towards AI. So, in fact, we're not limited in terms of the market size. And now allow me please to mention that in June we're going to be having Central Asian Venture Fund. So on June the 5th, please come, please join. This is going to be the largest venture investment forum And last year, startups who made their presentations, as a result of the year, managed to raise up to $50 million US. So the first contact actually was during that forum. So this is what's coming. So thank you so much for your attention, and I'm so glad to have a chance to talk to such great experts. Alan, thank you so much. You were precise in terms of time. And yes, thank you so much. I was invited to participate to the forum. Yes, indeed. So June the 5th, right? Okay, good. Forum is known for a very high level of expertise, so please join. So we have discussed all of the matters that we had to discuss. I would like to thank our foreign expert, and we have great presentations from our hub, which is located in the Silicon Valley. Please visit other regions. And in terms of the industrial development, AI development, and digital development, we have great perspectives. Deep tech was mentioned, and we also have great perspectives and great future. I'd like to reiterate, we have it all. We have land, 2.7 million square kilometers. We have the entire table by Mendeleev. There's a great deal of industrialization. We have common law in the country. So we have talents. We have people. We have those who are really talented and who have potential to establish global unicorns. So I would like to wish you, with God's blessing, to have really great and perspective projects launched. Thank you so much to all of the speakers. Great deal of enthusiasm. I think you have felt it. So thank you so much to the Ministry of Digital Development. So we would like to close the session with this. Thank you so much, and thanks for coming.
Раз, раз. Все слышно, да? Тогда начинаем. Всем добрый день.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. We are starting our session, How AI Changes Companies and People. Let me present our speakers. Today we have the CTO of the holding, Rinat Tokanov, Chief Compliance Controller, Asel Suleymenova, the CEO of Freedom Insurance, Azamat Kerimbayev, and Evgeny Kim, CEO of Sergey Group. I'd like to start and to tell that we would divide the session into two parts. We would start with the presentation of our speakers, and then we would have the Q&A session. However, for the beginning, I just would like to remind and tell about a number of facts and statistics that, as per the most recent reports of McKinsey, in year 2024, the AI in general, its penetration and usage increased by 65%. That is 22% higher than what we had last year. As you can see, as per the most recent trends, news, AI is not future anymore. It's the present, the need, the must-have. In general, as per the most recent trends and forecasts in the coming 3 to 5 years, it is forecasted and expected that the paradigm and the architecture of the AI would change, that in general in the coming 10 years it would be the years of robototechnics together with AI. And Stargate sought for $500 million, DeepSeek, all those trends, news, new things, novelties, the new ChatGPT, the new from the Chinese, demonstrate that we have the serious, not funny, not joke matters, the race in the AI, and taking into account that rapid development and the race, I would like to note that the AI skills become a necessity of the modern person in the new era. The thinking of the people basically would transform as well. Also, would like to demonstrate the phrase the Harvard professor Sid O'Neill provided with the term digital mindset, a set of attitudes and behaviors that help you see new possibilities using data, technology, algorithms, and AI to chart a path for the future. It brightly reflects the modern person's ability to adapt to the high technologies. Basically, any native speaker has 12,000 words so as to communicate freely in English, in any foreign language. It is necessary for us basically to know 30% from that particular volume, that's 3,500 words. Basically, the rule of 30% is applicable not only in terms of studying a foreign language, it is also applicable in the modern world in regard to the AI. Basically, each and every person in our world would have it necessary to possess at minimum 30% of technological and adaptation skills so as to become part of the future that's going to be based on data, algorithms, and AI. With our digitally minded leaders, with a digital mindset, today in particular I would like to touch upon not only the process of the AI introduction in the companies, but also the paradigm shift with the people, employees of companies, and to get to know to what extent that is efficient and what the consequences are, what they see in their companies. Let us start with our first session. I would like to give the floor to Rinat Tokanov, who would share with the trends and would tell how the AI transforms cybersecurity. Thank you. Thank you. We even have the presentation. In fact, who is aware of the informational cybersecurity? Yes, here we go. Here's the statistics. 3% of the population more or less know what the cybersecurity is about. In fact, so as to get to the AI, we need to get to the basics. The informational cybersecurity, basically, here is about the very areas that are difficult. For example, you cannot protect your house just with one means. There you need to have locks, we need to have different security features, grating, locks, and so on. For example, you came up with a home, you have the movement sensors, you have the fencing, you have iron doors, security people who monitor the things, inform about things. Again, everything is there, and however, there are drones emerging. What we need to do that they breach your privacy, they observe you. What can we do with that? Again, we need to teach people or hire new ones who would react accordingly. We need to provide them respective anti-drone devices. Again, that's a constantly developing sphere since the life is as such. Our processes, if we to consider them accordingly, they are speaking about that as well. The processes change constantly. We have the complexity of systems increasing. Again, simplicity of the respective solutions don't imply the safety simplicity. You know, in the corporate data centers, you have around 1.5 petabyte of capacities. Data are less, but 1.5 data are the capacity. Since the threats are different, you know, the violators all the time write to you on behalf of their friends, seniors, bosses, colleagues. Mr. Timur most probably also has respective impersonators. Our many colleagues have them as well in WhatsApp, Telegram, to have the wrongful transactions. The human factor that's there. In fact, it's about that the people don't strive to get all the knowledge, including because the knowledge is difficult in studying it. For example, the safety, the corporate safety course that's there on the network. Did anyone you study? You know, it's boring. It's not that cool. Who has the two-factor authentication? That's it. Again, if you are to be sent with a red team, then that's going to be a proof for that. Again, we need to counteract the things, since all the technical matters are not of use if you don't have the two-factor authentication. You know, there we would have the 90% more probability of having your security breached. Last year, in the end, many residents in Almaty, for example, lost their accounts because they didn't have the two-factor authentication. You know, the cybersecurity is difficult, it's painful, but we need to deal with it since, again, given the most recent example, the DeepSeek hype, that seems to be having more conducted than what ChatGPT had for a number of billions of US dollars just for 6 million. That's both true and not. It seems like that stole the model and they trained ChatGPT. However, in the end, just the day before yesterday, the researchers from one of the cybersecurity companies found out the open database of DeepSeek, where they had almost everything. There's all the prompts, all the entries, all the data. Again, that's about the role of the human factor. And what happened, in fact, you know, the admin was sitting just there. Most probably he didn't have any checklist in regard to how to get the database uploaded into the public space. He just set it up to be available for everyone. That's why coming now to our own digital world, I would like to tell that every day we have around more than 2.5 quintillion bytes established. That's around 100,000 of our national libraries at Abaya Street. And that's $8 trillion of damages. And you know, that's almost half of the GDP of China and a third of the GDP of the US. And given our GDP of 250 billion US dollars, that's around 30 something GDPs of Kazakhstan. But the most regretting thing, as the former head of Cisco mentioned, the companies are divided into two categories: the ones who were breached and the ones who don't know they were breached. And on average, it takes 207 days for companies to get to know about the respective violations. And you mentioned the AI only. In general, the traditional cybersecurity works pretty traditional. We have the people, we have the rapid response teams working 24/7, gathering information from many technical systems, networks, anomalies, and try to compare and contrast the things, correlate them with the identifiers of threats. For example, how the antivirus understands that's a virus. You know, each and every virus have their own signature, like your personal identification number. But the problem here is that when we got to know about that's the virus, we could have had the respective identifier put. But everything is more complex if we are to get it with the rapidly responding, rapidly developing world that is there. Also, what would be the role of the AI in that? The AI, for example, is for sure used in the posting services. You know, phishing is the most frequent attack methods. It's used also the AI in the respective investigation of accidents, violations. We have the respective methods, responses for the centers in the posting area. It works more or less as ChatGPT, but you can have the prompts so as to get whether we had certain anomalies. For example, did we have any anomalies with the top management who is not very much covered by the respective system? Basically, that system would provide everything in the interface right away, rather than specialists with the respective security operational center. He would get into the logs, taking time, and so on and so forth. So the examples are plenty. The models self-teach and can detect other anomalies. For example, the Dark Trace guys, the company who specializes in cybersecurity, they every day have around 4,000 violations, threats impeded. And what is the difference with the people?
Actually, the lagging time could take from hours to a couple of days, actually, and it takes a couple of seconds, to counter an attack. So, the millions of dollars were invested in order to have the machine learning model teaching itself. So the model had suspicion in terms of people were spending too much time online, and actually they were actually good in terms of identification. So Amazon are great in terms of providing the protection. So phishing actually is still there, and in case if you do have an email, then most likely you get messages to your email, saying that you have inherited 10 million US dollars, but more intellectual phishing is currently being used. For instance, in our company, we use phishing in regards to the positions. For instance, accountants get phishing from the tax committee, right? So, it is totally identical to the messages that you would get from the tax inspection. And, people, again, we're all, human beings. So, cybersecurity is something that you may, tackle based on a fear. So it's either a fear-motivated, fear-driven, or phishing dramatically decreases the number of attacks. Why? Because the attacks is something that is known, and the senders are well known. Whatever is put in a message, we see the domain, and on a daily basis we block up to a couple of thousands of email messages that get received by our users. So actually, the way to address the problem. For instance, it is interesting in regards to how the other companies treat your data. You might be asked to send your ID using WhatsApp. However, once it is done in regards to tens of thousands of people, the copies of those documents get accumulated. If you think that it's no worries, no, it is a big deal actually. So, for instance, once you have the phishing, browsers patches, you also get exposed to the different threats. And actually, this is how they steal data. So the question is how to use data and why to use data, because data is dependent on who actually taught the model and what is the purpose of teaching the model. As in every software, you might have a backdoor, the back office that you may use only when it is needed. And whatever Mr. Zuckerberg was mentioning about, ALPs and the others do have an access to WhatsApp. This means that there is a backdoor. We gotta have a process to control the models. To actually have the model verification and so on. So again, this is in regards to the transparency of the algorithms. And of course, we got to make sure that we take into account the standards, regulations, and the EU regulations could be used as a basics. There's going to be those who violate the regulations. However, the rules are rules in order to be adherent to. And our Ministry of Digital Development deals with these matters as well. So I have mentioned about the challenges. So there's lots of risks that have to do AI use by fraudulent operators. They might make your voice recorded, and then you would get the messages from your relatives, saying that they are having, a problem. Please send some amount of money to this or that card, because my card has been blocked and so on. So it's almost not possible to differentiate between the voices. And actually the first thing to do once somebody is trying to attack you is to, to relax, and not to do anything. This is the first thing to do, it's gonna not last forever. And this is basically it in regards to the recommendations. Thank you so much. Thank you. So actually, every coin has two sides, so we are able to analyze terabytes of data per second and find the errors. But on the other hand, you may be tracked. And yes, the deep fakes tried to attack banks. I have a couple of questions, but they're going to be asked later on. So the next speaker is Madam Asil Suleymanova. So please tell us about how we use AI in bank compliance. Perhaps you send transactions, you would receive payments, and sometimes it takes days, in different banks. Asil is going to brief us about how we managed, how Freedom Bank actually managed to accelerate this process using AI in terms of payment transactions. Thank you very much, Ainur. I know that we have a very tough timing, so I can talk for hours about the compliance, in order to constrain myself. I will try to be in very strict time frame limits. So let me brief you about what compliance is all about and what issues we've been facing so far. So I think that it's inevitable to admit that the compliance has a great deal of importance, especially starting from 2019 in the financial sector. So looking at the issue globally, let's talk about the challenges and the objectives that we have for the most recent 3 years. Of course, sanctional compliance is the key. I think that everybody knows about the reasons, and perhaps I will tell you about the essence of the sanctional compliance. So the first part is we shouldn't be letting the bank processing the transaction of the client with the sanctioned parties. And we don't only talk about the direct database, but the counter agents, the linked or hinted participation of the sanctioned entity in the transaction. So the beneficiary is allegedly a sanctioned party. So the screening of the client database is not enough. We got to be digging into the transactions of the client. We have to find the essence. So we have to look for the hidden patterns, and this is a very deep operations, and it's a very complex issue for any compliance service. And the second objective is routine work to do, not letting the transactions that would have to do with paying for sanctioned goods or services, and in this very case, in the risk zone, we might be having residents who are exposed to the risks, and there's some local companies who want to use the, geopolitical situation and become an intermediate between Russia, Belarus, and so on. So all exports and imports contracts have to be registered by the second-tier banks in Kazakhstan, and by doing so, this becomes a very essential layer of operations. And there's much to do, and unfortunately, it has to do with the manual labor and all of the second-tier banks. So number two is to not let funding terrorism. So this is perhaps one of the major objectives for compliance. It's not something new, but in fact there are certain tendencies, once the form gets changed. What we see is that, again, 5 years ago, for instance, predominantly we would have troubles in terms of cash transactions. Cashing out the transactions. Now we deal with the digital transactions. So, for instance, the cash transactions, have certain constraints because physically it's not possible to have million cash operations per minute. But however, once you have non-cash related transactions, it's easy to do. And this is something that you can do, easily. Especially, you could have those transactions abroad. And there's one more challenge, that we have faced, which is anti-fraud operations and countering illicit operations. And since 2020, we have managed to deal with lots of fraudulent operations using social engineering techniques. And for instance, previously we would have only elderly people who would be the victims. Now we have victims amongst truly, financially literate people, so everybody is aware about the droppers and so on. Then after the droppers, this money gets transacted through the crypto exchanges. Once they purchase the cryptocurrency, the money again gets transacted through the arbitration of cryptocurrencies. And arbitration of cryptocurrencies, and I will explain you briefly what it is. This is a service provided by the crypto exchange, and you could purchase the cryptocurrency as a physical entity. So what do the exchanges do? They send the cryptocurrency from one wallet to the other. However, the fiat part, actually cash related, is something that is arranged separately. So it is just B2B transaction. So it is getting more complex to find amongst those B2B transactions whatever is related to cryptocurrencies. The cryptocurrencies of IFC that are legal in Kazakhstan, they don't have the service in terms of arbitration of cryptocurrencies. This is something proposed by the global cryptocurrency exchanges. People thinking that it's totally legal, and they want to have additional income. However, they have no idea about being engaged into the money laundering schemes. So through their accounts, the transactions are made, and the beneficiaries are the fraudulent actors, and actually they could use the income coming from drugs trafficking. This is a very serious issue. The Financial Monitoring Agency has been addressing. Gambling is one more issue. So the state has prohibited to have any online casinos, and we have to detect transactions in favor of online casinos. However, online casino isn't going to be approaching the bank asking to open the amount. They use the miscoding, acquiring, different schemes and so on. So this is something that we have to, identify through the millions and trillions of transactions. And, the last thing, which is as essential as the previous ones, is to preserve the business relationships. Lately, correspondent banks and large business partners, started to pay their attention to their compliance procedures within the banks, and we have to make sure, we have to provide justification that those compliance procedures is not something in paper, but this is something that we use, that yes, indeed, we use the control and we ensure the control. So briefly speaking, in case if you ask me to answer a question, what is compliance control? This is an ability to know your customer, or QSC. I think that everybody knows this abbreviation. But frequently people think about being able to know the name, passport details, and know the permanent residency address. That's not enough. We have to understand the character of business relationships. All that customer with the bank. The purpose this person came over to the bank. And this is the second principle, which is relatively new. QAT. So know your transaction. We have to know the transaction made by the client, and those principles are based on verifying the client, verifying the relationships. Looking for the databases, OSINT. Looking for open space information. We have to know the source of money. We have to verify that this is a legal source. That's number one. And we should make sure that there is no sanctional element. We have to understand the economic expedience in terms of the operations made by the client. We have to check whether the operation of the client is in compliance with the requirement within the framework of the legislation of Kazakhstan, and whether it is in compliance with the sanctional regulations. So this is something that compliance officers do manually still. And consequently, in our bank, we divide the control to online and offline, and the major objective is not letting any fraudulent or suspicious operation. It is better to prevent the operation than to detect it afterwards, post factum. And online monitoring is something that we treat as one of the major objectives. But you have to understand that it's not possible to have online monitoring because we are pretty limited in terms of human resources. And currently, we still have certain criteria and clients of operations, that are subject to online monitoring. But and under the online monitoring, we have three parts. Onboarding, when we try to prevent suspicious clients joining the bank services at the very initial stage. Then stage number 2, transactions that the current clients have, and this is a selective approach, selective monitoring that we conduct using different scenarios and simulations. So the next is screening IELTS, so we verify the lists, so we have a total screening using all of the transactions and so on. So, however, as statistics demonstrates, this is statistics as of 2024, we've been facing a problem that has to do with the lack of people. There has to be a person working on each and every alert, and the more transactions we have, more screening alerts you will be getting. And as a result, again, coming up and conclude, what issues do we have currently? And number one is a huge amount of manual operations, the risk of human errors. So the more burden we have, more chance for a human factor mistake is. And I think that this issue is typical for all of the banks. At least, compliance officer is not able to talk directly to the client, because there might be a conflict of interest and so on and so forth. There's always a intermediate represented by the front officer, and there's deviations and misunderstanding in terms of the information that you receive, and this may lead to a negative client's experience. And plus, you are not able to make relations in a timely manner, and deviate, shifting over from the shadowed cash transaction to the official one, makes us check and verify the operations even more thoroughly. So lately, we have a lot of sanctional packages, and the legislation in Kazakhstan is keeping up. It keeps being amended and so on. So there's a lack of professionals in compliance. So the banks. So actually, we don't have professionals. And digitalization in compliance and having standards unified, make them common, to have a homogeneous approach, to have 20% of the entire volume of transactions to become a subject for AI processing is something that everybody needs, and you can't grow endlessly. You need to have compliance controllers to seek for adherence to standards. And that, I know is going to be brief here about the solutions.
Thank you, Asel. Asel told about her own pain, maybe in the bank, that basically has the issue that with the respective increase of transactions, people. So here, in particular, the benefit of AI, the respective technologies. Most probably, each of you had respective matters, international transactions again, but no one knows meanwhile what happens under the bonnet. So Asel receives the payments. Here you can see what kind of resources, processes are used when the client has the payments, the transactions, the analysis that takes place. It takes around 1 hour that the operation is analyzed, its nature. It's about the interaction with the client, the documents in case of them not having them. Again, all the story can take up to days, from 5 hours to days and days, respectively. By digitizing the back office, we pay lots of attention to accelerating, optimizing, enhancing the story, the background. So the AI with its language models, its elements, what we use in chat box, in general, with the use of the model, we accelerate the activities and conduct inspections, parse the documents. As I mentioned, we have open data and internal services so as to fully enact and reenact the digital profile of the client. Here you can see the first steps in interacting with the assistants, whereas the client has the application, and while he is choosing whether to have all the things traditionally with everything written down, like bank details, the payment designation code, or she can apply a screenshot. We would have everything filled in for him, parse the things, and he would be basically left only with the confirmation of the application. And if we to get further, it looks more or less this way. Here is an example of purchasing a car. The client here fills in the application, sends the information to the bank. Our AI compliant system then inspects the things. It fully analyzes, gathers all the information, profile of the client, parses the documents. We can analyze the things. We can use different definitely models for that. We are meanwhile integrated with external sources. There we can understand to what extent the client is affiliated. We use different Dow Jones, Spark A data components. So here we can check the very legitimacy of the operation. We here also have internal scoring by referring to all the data. For the compliance controller, on display we show to what extent the operations are high risk, whether we can trust the client. There we also highlight some things that require no manual work anymore, no need for Googling the things. We basically track and trace the footprint of the person and also analyze whether he is sanctioned or not. One person definitely can spend days and days for such transactions, and here we cut that down to minutes and even seconds. Here we use the integration data. Thank you for our digital government and in general for all the data. So here we set up the digital portfolio of the client, accelerating the digital compliance in the bank. Now, given the right of the moderatorship after the speaker, I would like to give to Azamat Kerimbaev so as he would share his experience. Azamat captured 60% of the market by introducing the Euro protocol, digitizing the insurance backgrounds, and digitizing the respective activities pertaining to driving insurance. He would basically share how with the ML model, the AI, he managed to do that. Colleagues, right, I don't have that flashy presentation indeed. You know, it's even a more boring topic, the insurance topic, after the cybersecurity and compliance, come on. But I very much am in love with the business. It's mathematical. Unfortunately, insurance as a business, as a financial tool, probably that's the final thing to be digitized all across the globe. It's not only in Kazakhstan that we have such an issue. Nevertheless, in the year 2022, when the bank launched the digital mortgage, I know that time probably also was a participant of the process. There I was inspired very much by the following case. Just within 3 months, the bank who didn't have any branch and who didn't have any division throughout Kazakhstan, in 3 months became the leader of the digital mortgage program. The share was 50-60%. That time we asked a question to ourselves: can we, in such a short period of time, get such a significant share as well? No insurance company in Kazakhstan could get such a significant share throughout Kazakhstan. There are large companies. So as to get the share of 40-50%, it took them 8 to 9 years. Meanwhile, it didn't end up with anything good. So we thought for a long while whether we had to automate, digitize our business process. In fact, the only service that the insurance company provides, that's about settling an insurance case. However, taking into account our economic, social, and political matters, the most in-demand product definitely is mandatory insurance, and among that, definitely it's about the car insurance. Due to the online mode transformation with the respective state bases in 2019, we could have managed to have the maximum coverage of our drivers by the car insurance. For example, now we have 5.5 transport vehicles and around 6.5 million drivers with the driving license. 97% meanwhile of the drivers are insured. Every year we have more than 100,000 insurance cases, the motor vehicle crashes. Unfortunately, before our path to digitize the process, the average time to get the insurance compensation was 90 days. So basically, since the car accident case, it took 90 days to get the respective insurance settlement. After that, the owner of the driver could have started with the repairs. So we decided that probably we are not going to develop ourselves that way, and we decided to digitize the payments. As of today, we've been doing that for 3 years. Now we are 100% covering all of our payments online. It's 3 to 5 days. That's 16 times more quick than our competitors. And we connected ourselves to the state databases, become more digitalized, and now it's high time probably for applying much more complex technologies such as modeling, computer vision, that are part of the AI technologies. I cannot tell that now we are using the artificial intelligence intellect. I'm a mathematician myself. Usually the mindset of mathematician and the software developer programmer differs. I don't understand what the AI is about in full. To me, that's programming code that is based on the respective commands. We have a very interesting business process. For example, in 2023, the bank was very much active in launching the car loan program, whereas you could have received a loan within an hour. Meanwhile, no one sees the respective object of insurance, the car. No one would go out and speak with the clients again. Everything was digitized. And it was important for us, the respective thing, whether the car exists or not, what was the condition of the car, and so on. That's why on our side we introduced the process of own inspection. Since we are digital insurers, we don't have car inspectors, adjusters who could basically calculate the market prices of cars. We do everything automatically. Here I presented the common report that we use and apply. The most interesting thing is that as of today we use the elements of computer vision. We basically had our internees guys who went through 15,000 photographs with damaged cars, who manually with their pens put the respective places of damage. After that, we had those 15,000 photos applied to with the respective machine learning and developed for ourselves the computer vision model. So the car is not that whole, clean. However, we could have forced our model to define in terms of probability whether there is a damage or not. Again, it's not a human being defining the things. It's about our computer vision. Here it tells that the back bumper of our vehicle, on the back right side, there's a serious scratch of the paint. The probability of that the computer or the software are right is 62.57%. If we to look at the photo, here you can see that indeed on the right rear bumper there is a scratch over the paint. The computer detects it itself, and the text basically here is generated with AI. It's a language model that works inside the company. The language model writes that we have the following damages. The front bumper has scratches, significant ones. The back side has also the bumper scratches. And in my opinion, the automobile is not clear. That's the 100% generative language model. In turn, once we get such reports, they are attached to the insurance case. Unfortunately, this insurer, as per the insurance rules, in case of having an insurance case, for example, in case of having someone hitting the rear side of a vehicle, the respective damage, the paint damage is going to be paid for, since we already received a damaged car. That's how insurance works. The lights, the caps, the bumper itself will be paid for, but in terms of the scratch, we won't, since it's already damaged. So this process was realized in our company with no human specialist participating. We get to know about that only in case of having an insurance case. So that's our overall story. In 2024, we paid almost 15,000 insurance payments. 100% are digital. Stories, all the payers, the respective specialists are, there are 30 number. We have just next to me in my office. We're going to have, with the new rules, more cases, and we would also in turn have the respective payments more. And due to the respective number of the insurance payments, we don't roll out, since everything happens in one place. Definitely there are technical faults, since we are the only company who digitize payments, insurance payments. You know, the people cannot have all the business processes respectively in full. One person cannot have everything covered. We would also discuss the respective things that while having such kind of technologies introduced, unfortunately we have to train not only our clients in terms of how to do with the respective new technologies, but rather we need to start with the training of our own personnel. That's a very important, painful, and pretty long-lasting process. I'm over in terms of the presentation. Thank you, Azamat. In general, the effect of digitization is always in that it accelerates the things. They allow to optimize and accelerate process. The result, the cumulative effect, definitely. Demand the respective things. We spoke with Azamat on the skirts of the conference, and we would have a synergy. Now I'd like to give the floor to Evgeny Kim, so that he would tell about the use of the AI in smart cities, how it affects transport, security, safety. Let me just share with some statistics. We here would like to get to know more about Kazakhstan, what the things allowed to do. In Singapore, for example, after the introduction of the AI, they could have managed to decrease the traffic jams by 18%. In Dubai, it was about the enhancement of safety by 22%. And in Tokyo, meanwhile, the state energy system based on the AI decreased the costs by almost 25%. So we would like to get to know about the statistics that we have in Kazakhstan. Right. I'd like to greet all of you. Thank you. Look, the practice shows the specific figures after the implementation of our project Sergek in new regions. The figures show that in this region After having our system introduced within 1 year, the statistics, the fatality statistics, the cases decreases 25-30% in comparison to the previous periods. Those are pretty good figures we are proud of. Meanwhile, besides that, we have the overall accidents decrease, the car accidents by 30%. Also, we have the increase in the detection, the positive investigation results. Those are the figures that are real already in Kazakhstan by the respective technologies, our developments. Let me smoothly get to the presentation. Today I would like to expand on the smart city concept and the AI integration. The time is tense, but I will try my best to get into the schedule. In general, let us consider what the international sources tell, what we expect, what the cities are expected to have. The trend is that overall the number of people in the cities would increase. Due to that, we would have the number of resources, demands for resources to be secured for everyone. It's clear that based on that we have certain challenges popping up that should be solved by the cities, the businesses, with the technologies as well. Let us maybe get to the certain cases. In general, as a company developer that deals with the development and introduction of the AI technologies for smart and safe cities, you already have certain expertise, experience. We do understand that indeed we have everything increased. For example, we tell that we need to have a base in terms of the safe city. For example, that's about the number of cameras. The city can have 1,000, 10,000, 20, 50,000 cameras with no use of technologies. Like what the colleagues mentioned in terms of the compliance case, the city basically would have to roll out more people who would get through all the cameras manually with their eyes. However, one operator, one person wouldn't be able to have hundreds or thousands cameras meanwhile, not to mention the cases we have. So in this matter, we solve the matter accordingly. This is about the products that we have. By the way, today we received the award for our activities, Digital Almaty Award in safety matters solutions. Right. Congratulations.
So the solution is the following, to aggregate everything under one platform, allowing us to have regulators and clients to use it in a more efficient way. So number one is to consolidate the data in order not to have different windows of different software being used at the same time. Number two is video analytics opportunities, allowing the clients to be more efficient. There's no need actually to have hundreds of people looking at the screens. The system provides you with alerts, of where to pay attention to in a given situation. And when it has to do with the traffic safety, for instance, the AI-based solutions let you be prompt and be proactive towards different situations. For instance, as one of the cases, I could make a reference to road police officers who have individual devices, and that device has Qorgao, a mobile application. This is also our design application. So the police officer gets the push notification saying about the vehicle being exposed to risk of traffic incident, because the analytics comes to that conclusion again based on the behavior of the certain vehicle, and the application provides the recommendation to the police officer to stop the vehicle, to understand whether there's a risk of of health or any health concerns and so on. So we do have these solutions nowadays. However, it's not the full package to be listed. Again, going back to the smart city issue and AI within smart city, let me talk to you about AI city platform, and this is something that we've been dealing with as well. So why do we need AI platform to start with? You know, I think that number one thought that might come to your mind is an ability to consolidate all current technologies that are available within the city under the auspices of one platform. It is easy, it is more comfortable. This is how you accumulate the data from all different sources. You know, it could be traffic safety, it could be public safety, it could be managing the drones, managing the streetlights, and so on. So thanks to the homogeneous platform and thanks to the common database, that solution allows you actually to manage many more cases that the city might be in need to look at. For instance, you could see this list on the screen, and this is something that is essential. So we could provide predictive analytics. It could be used for traffic incident prevention. It could be used in order for us to focus the traffic jams, for instance, as there's enough data. You know, it is a digital twin, you know, an ability to optimize traffic and drones, unmanned vehicles, logistics, and so on and so forth. In fact, the meta is of a global nature, you know, so it's pretty complex to say what is going to be having a feedback and what's not, you know. Let me mention about one more case on how we could, you know, recognize stealing the cars, you know, working with different sources of data. You know, AI city platform could give you prediction notifications, you know. So again, we analyze the behavior of human beings based on the previous facts of car thefts, you know, and Sergek, the CCTV based system, actually helped a lot in order for us to prevent that types of crimes, and because the efficiency of investigation is great, you know, as you know, they almost don't steal the cars as it was used to be back in 2000s. So in regards to the traffic incidents, I have already briefed you about that. And you know, from the perspective of managing the evacuation of vehicles in emergency cases, you know, that's something that I would like to brief you about. You know, it's a real case, you know. We could analyze the current traffic, you know, we could make anticipations in terms of how to get out of the traffic, you know, so that we could direct people to safe places and so on. And, you know, generally speaking, I'd like to reiterate once again that AI and smart city is something that helps us not in the future. This is something that we've been using already, and this is something that we're using currently. And the tendency is that those products are going to be disseminated in the cities, in the large cities, I mean, and this is something that gives you another impotence for technology development of both cities and citizens. And we will keep dealing with the matter. We will keep developing the AI city platform in order to ensure better safety and better comfort. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Evgeny, and I'm the client, and Sergey is my favorite software. I get at least one ticket per week, for speeding up or for wrong parking. Thank you so much for such an interesting presentation. So we have 20 more minutes before we end the session, so perhaps it's a high time for Q&A. And could I ask you my major question? I've raised the issue before, and we had a great discussion in terms of how AI could be integrated at the company levels, and what outcomes could be received thanks to AI. Introduced to the companies. However, how the paradigm of how the mindset of those working for the companies get changed once they introduce these projects, and what is the exposure to AI at the company level, and what is the outcome? So the first question is to be addressed to you, Azamat. Azamat, you mentioned about the changes that have happened within the companies, but I would like to find out more about the impact. So let me brief you about one story. Digital insurance was something that I haven't invented, frankly speaking. I was not the pioneer. We have Mr. Timur Shturmov, and during one of the meetings was devoted to video observation of the damaged car, and WhatsApp could be used to that. I've spent 17 years in insurance, and my first response was that's not possible, actually. And we had the series of meetings, and I think that 2 or 3 weeks later, he was set up, and he said, if you don't do that, you're going to be fired. So that was a challenge, and I managed to do, I had a model, in my mind. I assured myself that this is quite possible. However, there was the deputy chairman who was responsible for payments, and we had the directors of the department who were, responsible for payments. So about 100 people had to be convinced, that this is something to be done. Unfortunately, I couldn't do that in a delicate manner. And I had to, fire a lot of people, and then find new people. But even though when you are looking for a new person, you gotta have somebody to be an expert in insurance, So when you share the idea, they have a very strange look, and they give you this strange look. And despite all of the efforts, there was a goodwill of the shareholder, and we actually made ourselves to trust in ourselves. We invested a lot of money. From the insurance company's performance standpoint, that was not an effective investment. However, once our employees believed in the technology, they understood that this is something that works. We started getting an effect from our investments. For instance, the investment into digitalizing the insurance cases was roughly estimated at the level of up to 400 million tenge. For a bank or other sectors, that's not much, but it's a lot of money for an insurance company. So what results have been achieved? Actually, currently we are able to have very effective cost savings. So we have $150 paid less per a customer. The client path is shorter. There's much less intermediates. Those intermediates don't have a time, to make money. So there's nobody in between us and the clients. It's over $1 million per year. And our business processes have been enhanced. We compared ourselves to 2023, and from each and every payment, we spent 23,000 less compared to 2023. So again, if we calculate it all, if we put it all together, our investments were bringing twice as much money as possible, and technology is not a recipe from all of the diseases. You have to ensure that your team members believe in this technology, and any hardships that we have been going through for 3 years is something that you can easily overcome. Thank you so much. Aseli, I wanted you to share your story. When we actually received the task to ensure AI compliance, IDOS asked us to optimize the process. And please tell us more about the challenges that you've been facing so far, and how the mindset of your compliance controllers was changed, and how did you manage to actually overcome all of those hardships? Please tell us more. Well, I think it is worth it to mention that this is not an initiative that is typical for banks. Within compliance community, there's a opinion that compliance is a motivated justification, which is pretty subjective. There are lots of nuances, there's lots to be taken into account, and they say that it is impossible to have that burden put on the shoulders of those dealing with digitalization. And they thought that AI compliance is something that you might have the Nobel Prize for. Even the largest banks such as Pony, for instance, they still have manual compliance. They have up to 100 200, 300 officers who are experts in compliance, and they treat in each and every case manually, And this is a huge challenge, not only for Kazakhstan, but also a challenge for a global practice, It was psychologically very complex to do the thing, And overall, I think that we're blessed to have a team of enthusiasts. Depends what to compare. Once you spend 24/7 a job and you have been in a position that you have a feeling as if you are obsessed so much that you can't leave the perimeter of your work. It's important to reiterate that you have the tools making your life much easier. So thanks to AI, we managed to engage our team members. It's important to use lots of models to teach the model. We have to have hundreds of real documents in order to parse them, in the right way, so that we could differentiate in between the sources of income and so on. There's lots of nuances to deal with. There's lots to be done and completed. There shouldn't be any fear to be replaced by the machine. No, machine isn't going to be replacing a human being. 80% of routine job gets actually replaced by the machine, but 20% is something that the human beings have to be dealing with, And AI compliance just gives us a hint in regards to what solution could be, and the attention of the compliance officer has to be paid to certain cases. However, the final decision so far is something that is an exclusive responsibility of a human being, as we have time. We have time to use different cases to learn the machine. People are not afraid of being engaged, and the total effect hasn't been reached. This is something ahead, and we will have an entire picture later on. We enrich the system with different cases, and naturally speaking, the routine tasks such as entering Google, typing the name of the client, and have a look at the first 20 references. Whether there's some negative messages in regards to the individual, it gives you lots of multiple effects in regards to the efficiency of your work. We don't name our leaders, science fiction authors. We received the task of setting the compliance system. We have up to 3 months, so do whatever you need, but make sure that in 3 months' time you have a system. So Rinat, for a T block and for cybersecurity, there is no fears that have to do with AI, and this makes your job more efficient. But again, there's two sides of the coin, you know. So, what ethics? What ethical norms do we have to deal with? Well, you know, we have to address academic knowledge, you know, and we have large language models to deal with. ChatGPT is one of the references, but this refers to artificial intelligence, narrow intelligence, you know, that deals with pretty narrow tasks, you know, because ChatGPT has its own individual task. And we also have artificial general intelligence. This is something that is to think and process the thoughts, you know, there has to be a mindset, you know. Nobody knows, you know, how much time it's going to take, you know, 5 or 50 years. However, the major concern is ASI. Artificial superintelligence, and artificial superintelligence is unique because this is something that we can't actually dive deeper, you know, so the ideas of stoicism are going to be explained by that type of intelligence. So what form of intelligence we will be dealing with, you know, all of the focus in regards to the process of machines is going to be becoming a reality. You know, as it was said by Will Smith, I, Robot, you know, this is going to be our reality. I mean, might be our new reality. Undoubtedly, our task is to find a way out, and unfortunately, or fortunately, you know, risks exist, and they are real. Because at a certain point of time, yes, indeed, we could miss the moment, and then, you know, the machines will start being copied, and it's almost not possible to define when this time is going to come, you know. Thank you so much. Pretty fearful future. Well, and the last point to make, Sergek is a unique platform. You know, your employees might be getting a task in regards to how we could enforce, you know, more fines and so on. So could you tell us more about changing the paradigm of thinking within your organization? So what impact is there? So actually, users, the drivers actually know us as the cameras leading to tickets. You know, how Sergey is not just about the tickets, it's about the big data, technologies, cool team of people, and so on. And we do have a unique story actually. All of our products have social value, right? So knowing the figures that I have mentioned about, you know, after our projects got launched, you know, the number of lethal incidents in regions gets shrinked twofold. You know, this is something that motivates you. You know, this is not about the technology. This is not about the business. This is not about the money. This is about your children, your parents, your relatives living in a safer environment.
You provide with the particle of that your close ones, your loved ones would be much more comfortable to be in the city, and due to such a store, definitely, no doubt, we ourselves also have such kind of ambitious tasks, very ambitious tasks coming from the leadership as well, that till Monday, all the things done should be, again, the teams knowing, in fact, why we do that. And given that that's not a story of having some profits for the business to do some deal on time, but rather it's about the story that each and every function of our products, all the products, they all around are with the same mission, the mission of making the lives of people safer and more comfortable. That's it. Thank you, Geni. I would probably like to ask to have the final slide and to summarize by citing the CEO of Microsoft words, that when the paradigm shifts, do you have something to contribute?
No God-given right to exist if you don't have anything relevant. Искусственный интеллект — это не будущее, это настоящее, это must-have. Мы здесь живем, и мы должны, как я говорила, обладать всеми технологиями.
That's about having all the technological and adaptive, right? Thank you. Thank you.
Freedom Super App есть все. Уникальная валюта Freedom, программа лояльности с самыми высокими кэшбэками на рынке и реферальная программа с классным вознаграждением. А еще абсолютно все необходимые банковские продукты и услуги. Еще в приложении можно купить билеты на самолет и поезд, кино и на концерты, и даже заказать продукты. С нашей программой лояльности можно получить до 30% кэшбэка в экосистеме Freedom и до 7% где угодно. Все, что для этого нужно — повышать свой уровень, и кэшбэки ваши. А еще кэшбэки придут в инвестиционной валюте Freedom. Она привязана к акции нашего холдинга на фондовом рынке и растет вместе с ней. А значит, ваши кэшбэки будут расти вместе с нами. Валютой Freedom можно оплачивать покупки, переводить и совершать любые платежи в приложении. Добро пожаловать в Freedom Super App!
Назарларыңызға Freedom Super App қосымшасын ұсынамыз. Бұл бір терезедегі бір эко-жүйе. Freedom Super App'та бәрі бар. Бұлар бірегей Freedom валютасы. Нарықта ең жоғары кэшбэк ұсынатын ниеттестік бағдарламасы мен керемет сыйақы беретін сыйақы бағдарламасы. Бұған қоса банк ұсынатын өнімдер мен қызмет түрлерінің барлығы да бар. Қосымшада бірден ұшақ пен пойызға, кино мен концертке билет аласыз. Тіпті азық-түлікке тапсырыс беруге де болады. Біздің ниеттестік бағдарламамызбен Freedom эко-жүйесінде 30%-ға дейін, ал кез келген алған затыңызға 7%-ға дейін кэшбэк алуға болады. Бар болғаны, деңгейіңізді көтерсеңіз болды. Кэшбэк сіздікі. Кэшбэк Freedom инвестициялық валютасымен түседі. Бұл валюта біздің холдингіміздің қор нарығындағы акциясына байланған. Сондықтан да акциямен бірге өсіп отырады. Демек, кэшбэктеріңіз бізбен бірге көбейеді. Freedom валютасын қосымшада ақша аударғанда, зат сатып алғанда, төлем жасағанда пайдаланыңыз. Freedom Super App'қа қош келдіңіз.
Салем, это наша команда. А это наш офис. Мой любимый маршрут.
Это точно наш маршрут?
Дорогу покажешь?
Это же наша песня. Подруг, мы флексим, мы шире круг. Я знаю, ты хочешь тусить.
Сегодня моя первая зарплата. Я решил.
Папа.
Ой, Рахметжан.
Сендер такая, баста.
Мой заказ.
Кайф.
Менің жұмысымның тақырыбы.
Наше такси.
Біздің бақылау жұмысымыз дәптер парақтарын алыңдар.
Алиса! Салем!
Салем, Казахстан.
Обеспечение безопасности – одно из приоритетных направлений любого динамично развивающегося государства. Компания Hikvision – мировой лидер, представляющий широкий спектр продуктов для физической безопасности, включая видеонаблюдение, контроль доступа и системы сигнализации. Завод Hikvision, расположенный в Ханчжоу, представляет собой комплекс из 8 зданий и занимает площадь более 300 тысяч квадратных метров. С помощью 54 тысяч сотрудников и 500 роботов он выпускает продукцию стоимостью $15 миллионов ежедневно. Чтобы гарантировать соответствие выпускаемого оборудования самым высоким стандартам производительности и надежности, в Hikvision применяют строгие меры контроля качества. Стремясь быть технологическим лидером, компания создает и выпускает уникальные продукты, такие как видеоаналитика на основе алгоритмов глубокого обучения. Камеры способны видеть в условиях слабой освещенности с 60-кратным зумированием. Тепловизионные решения определяют потенциальное возгорание на расстоянии до 20 километров и могут работать автономно до 30 дней. Последние годы Hikvision активно развивает свои знания и опыт на различных вертикальных рынках, таких как умный город, транспорт, промышленность, ритейл, логистика и образование. На протяжении 11 лет Hikvision занимает первое место в глобальном рейтинге A&S Security. За 2022 год компания реализовала продукции на более чем $13 миллиардов и показала 30% рост. Внедрение системы безопасности на уровне страны имеет решающее значение для обеспечения национальной стабильности и защиты граждан. Это важнейший шаг в развитии прогрессивного государства. Совершить его важно вместе с надежным партнером, мировым лидером в индустрии. Hikvision. Смотри вперед, достигай большего.
Добрый день.
Good afternoon. So we would like to welcome you to Digital Almaty, to the session which is devoted to sustainable development and from sustainable development to sustainable region. So please take your seats. Dear participants of the session are Sijaparova Sijarpanova Dinara, Commissioner of Global Council for Sustainable Development under the UN Global Agreement. Shaykhmetov Saken, Director for Sustainable Development, Kazakhmys Corporation. Rahmetov Nurlan, Executive Director, Alliance of Technology Companies, Kastech. Marat Yulubayev, Chairman of the Board, BD Kazakhstan. My name is Askar Simbin. I'm the advisor to the branch office of AKF Almaty. We would like to seek for your apologies to shift this session. since the plenary session with the participation of the Prime Ministers was commenced and finished a bit later. And we're ready to share with you with the strategic directions that we think are going to be of demand from a development perspective of both having AI and digitalization and overall sustainability concept application and implementation. So in this regard, I would like to give the floor now to Madam Sejaparova in regards to the global UN commitment in Kazakhstan. Thank you. Thank you very much. So firstly, I would like to greet you all and welcome you to the session. Thank you, dear organizers, for inviting us to this essential event. Everybody is tired, and I'm the first speaker contributing to the panel. So let me tell you about the UN Global Compact, so we will have more time for Q&A. So I represent the UN Global Compact. Do we have a clicker so that I can manage the presentation? So the UN Global Compact is the organization under the auspices of the United Nations, and it was founded back in 1999. And Kofi Annan, who was UN Secretary General back then, he said that the business is to have the human face, you know, and it was important to unite all of the companies to have the noble purpose, which is sustainable development. So this is the coalition of the companies that adhere to the four basic values that could be grouped into four parts. So human rights, safe working environment, safe environment, and zero tolerance to corruption. So in 2015, when the United Nations has approved 17 Sustainable Development Goals, and I will call them SDGs, the global UN Global Compact has incorporated them under its activity package. So currently we have 20,000 plus companies from all around the globe, and more than 50% is SMEs, so 160 plus countries, and in more than 70 plus countries we have local networks. So overall, let me explain to you why business is so supportive to the sustainable development ideas. You know, the humanity has been facing so many problems, you know, and the key role actually belongs to the business. And statistics demonstrates that over 85% of investors prefer to deal with the companies who have sustainable development strategies, and over 80% of consumers also provide their support to this idea. And it's necessary to mention about the fact that there is regulatory requirements throughout the countries, you know, and reporting, the fines for environmental damage, for instance, everything contributes to the overall initiative and global movement. So in accordance with the statistics, over 90% of private sector leaders know that private business is very engaged and has the hugest contribution into sustainable development growth achievement. Unfortunately, you know, despite all of these initiatives, we just have 5 years until all of the SDGs are reached. However, in 80+% of cases, implementation leaves much to be desired. Only 20+% of companies will achieve its decarbonization goals by 2050. So far, gender equality takes a long time, so they estimated that it's going to be 257 years before we reach gender equality, and over 50% of employees receive much less than the minimum wages, and 2/3 of water is being consumed by the corporate sector. And this is a very negative factor. So actually the path to go is pretty complex. There's cyclical and structural barriers, interest rates, geopolitical tension, internal problems. Somebody has problems in terms of getting shifted over to a new modality. However, we shouldn't be pessimistic. We have to put our efforts together. So how the UN Global Compact supports business to implement the idea. So number one is we stick to evidence-based practices, and we depict the goals that might become the priorities. For instance, it would be wrong for the banks to be concentrating on keeping the maritime flora, for instance, but the enterprises that deal with environmental pollutants might not be engaged in healthcare services, for instance. So our objective actually is to put together all of the efforts of the companies that have become the parts of the initiative, so that we could have the platform to discuss the issues in an open manner. So this covers all of the aspects of life, it's environment, social, corporate governance, and all of the other enablers. It could be funding through the projects, it could be interacting with the suppliers and supply chain management. So the companies that have been successful in terms of implementing these ideas, are not left behind, and they may become the leaders. They could actually scale up the solutions, and actually could be praised at the global arena. So it's really important to mention about the one essential aspect that has to do with digitalization. It's not enough to plant a tree and say that yes, I'm sustainable. We do have the reporting, which is easy to understand and easy to fill in. We have a digital platform, and on an annual basis we fill in the reports, so all of our clients, all of the suppliers and stakeholders do have an access to this proper platform, and we assess the progress on an annual basis. So a couple of words in regards to what we do in Central Asia. So in the last 2 years, 88 companies from Kazakhstan and more than 100 from Central Asia joined the UN Global Compact, and actually we became the leaders in terms of joining. As I said to you before, 100 companies have joined, and this is a very good trend, because those companies have taken the commitments in a public manner, and they are moving forward towards this direction. So overall, the statistics demonstrates the companies that are the parts of this global initiative, and actually many companies have reported that they made it through the Sustainable Development Goals, and they managed to brief the audience in regards to the strategy of development. So with this, I would like to thank you for your attention and give the floor to the next speaker. So there's a proposal actually to listen to all of the presenters and then to have Q&A session in the end, so that we could have a discussion on in regards to the steps forward to be made. So I would like to suggest us giving the floor to the next speaker. So please, the floor is yours, Sakyan. So thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for being so heroic in terms of attending the session. So at 5:30 in Almaty, traffic jams are going to be awful. However, anyway, the sustainable development is a very important topic to discuss. I will be precise and try to finish the presentation in a most concise manner. And overall, Kazakhmys is a giant company. You know, we have over 20,000 people working. So predominantly they work in Almaty and Astana, and our company is a vertically integrated company specializing in exploration and production as well as in metallurgy. And you have to understand that our location has to do more with central and southern Kazakhstan, and we're a bit exposed to the east of Kazakhstan, so we are the source of jobs, and we are aware about the issues that our people have in the region. So we have 5 ESG related initiatives, you know, environmental, social, governance, safety, to include occupational safety, and of course the core business is something that we have a very precise priority. And going back to the strategic goals that we have. Of course, we have we are aware about what priorities we have, and this slide actually allows us to provide you with more information in regards to what our future concept is. And cooperation has been providing social support in the regions of its presence, and we have provided 17 billion tenge based on MOUs, and actually we helped after the flooding in central Kazakhstan, and in western Kazakhstan. And what we do in terms of human capital development, the digital agenda is impossible without having a digital individual. You know, our objective is to ensure that the future generation has enough competence. You know, we do have Ulutau Educational Foundation, and 85 schools have been put into that foundation. You know, we have STAB labs, we have robotics labs, we provide lots of opportunities in science, and we work on skills that will be necessary for our future generations. Besides, we have new vocational schools that also have become the parts of that foundation, you know, and we've been contributing to establish the technical university, and digitalization and having digital solutions is something that is a key. So in regards to the major objectives that we have, and we've been partnering through AIFP, you know, and we deal with the digitalizing geological exploration. So, as it was said by the president, an ability to actually explore, to register, is effective, transparent, and publicly published. So the second principle is to ensure occupational safety for the workers. We have introduced a geopositioning system, and our entire set of operations is the underground closed pit operations. So that's why we're pretty concerned about the occupational safety. And we've been piloting different projects, and for instance, the medical checkup program is going to be piloted this year. So expediting the procedure is the key. Number 2 is transparency. We have to make sure that there's no health-related issues in our workers, and the access could be successfully provided, and along with the occupational safety, of course. And Actually, we do a lot in terms of environmental performance, so Balkhash is a great reference. So last year, Kazakhmys has made an announcement saying that we're going to be providing $5 million to keep Balkhash basing. Unfortunately, we had a very bad experience in the Aral Sea saving, and the Caspian has also certain dramatic background, and Balkhash might become the third reservoir to potentially be lost. So our intention is to have the digital data lake on Balkhash. We don't have a digital and clear mechanism enabling us to provide monitoring in Balkhash. We don't know precisely how much water there is in Balkhash, what the quality of that water is. In order to have that tool, we gotta have entire set of data digitalized. We have to collect data from our water inspections. We're going to have the new monitoring stations, because we have to understand that Balkhash is going to be a potential point for the first nuclear station to be built in Kazakhstan. So again, Kazakhmys would like to have everybody who deals with big data, modeling, and measuring, and so on, become a part of that project. So thank you so much. That's all that I wanted to mention about. And now I'm interested in your responses. There's a great shift globally. Trump said that ESG is a wrong concept. Let's come together to an agreement of what is going to be the fuel of the future. Germany, for instance, got rid of nuclear stations, and coal in favor of environment. So the question is whether the future is there or not. So I would be interested in your opinion. So thank you so much. Thank you, Sakyan, for your presentation. I just wanted to make to take this chance to give the floor to Mr. Nurlan Rakhmetov. So actually the objectives that the corporate sector has at the moment certainly something that we would like to explore with the help of the Kazakhstani companies. So please tell us more about the activity of Alliance. Thank you so much. Yes, indeed. In turn, I'd like to thank the organizers for an opportunity to contribute to this panel discussion, and thank you, dearest guests, to the panel discussion for your patience and for your attention. So I would like to actually add some spices. The progress of technology has certain risks, and certain challenges to deal with. You represent technology companies, but we are straightforward people. We have absolutely open dialogue today, so I will try to be as brief as possible and not to keep you waiting for a long time.
Right, sorry. Here we go. Again, usually it's heavier. So the ideology of Kazakh, why do we exist? The Alliance Kazakh, it's a public association organization that unifies technological companies of Kazakhstan. As of today, that's 73 companies in number. Cybersecurity, FinTech, MedTech, EdTech, AI, and so on and so forth. And the ideology is about to help discover the potential of Kazakhstan's technological companies so as to support the economic breakthrough of Kazakhstan forward. Since today, as per the technologies in Kazakhstan, we really have certain impediments, barriers related to different things, mentality, other things. Our task is to open up the potential. Also, the basis of sustainable development tells that we should have balance. We also are in favor of the balance of the interest of the state, public, and businesses. So we are moving in that direction. In regard to challenges, the SDGs are many, they are different. Here on the slide, some of them are listed. We help companies, large industrial companies, large industrial companies help promote technologies. We don't forget about them. We know how to work with that, how to struggle against that. Just shortly, the technologies are related to the increase in electric power consumption and carbon footprint. In turn, it's pretty much understandable. 1 to 1.5% of the consumption is about the data centers. Before the ChatGPT, it increases the consumption of the electricity, the AI, many times, and it means the increase in the footprint. It's pretty much relevant for Kazakhstan since only 6% of all the electricity are renewable energy sources. And once we're going to have the nuclear power plant constructed, it would take some time before that, and before that the footprint is going to be increased by the use of technologies. Now, colleagues, we all use gadgets, we use notebooks. So as to produce them, it requires to have rare earth materials. There also we have ecological risks. Today we spoke about water. Lots of water is used while producing ore and while enriching ore. There are consequences to that. Of big importance is electronic waste. I'm sure that the matter of utilizing the electronic waste in Kazakhstan is very much important. It's not only about electronic waste, but in general, any waste. It is also a big problem for us. Digital inequality, that's a challenge as well. That's a risk. And here the digital inequality is of different strata. There are basically inequalities between countries. There are technologies, some countries pop up further, some of them not that quickly, and that contradicts the SDGs. There are contradictions to that. Even inside one country, for example, in Kazakhstan, the equal access to internet is not there, and it means the unequal access to education, services, social services, medicine, and so on and so forth. That's why the challenges are there, and we in our alliance, Kaztec, we do know them, we do understand them, and we do understand how to struggle against them. What to do, it's clear. It's about energy efficient technologies, processing and reuse, global regulations. All of them are not just characteristic of Kazakhstan, they are global in nature, and it means that definitely we need to work on and agree on the international regulations and the investments into the digital inclusion. We, Kaztec, the alliance of Kazakh technological companies, offer partnership. Today we have the company Kazakh Mys, in particular with them. In principle, though we are a young organization, we started just the activities in September last year, and we already have 73 companies in number. However, we are setting up bridges with our large companies in terms of the development of corporate innovations. We are setting up very good cooperation. Meanwhile, during that cooperation, we do always remember about the SDGs, since we know that the risks are there and how to minimize those risks. We are working out the respective matter with the companies. That's why, dear colleagues, technological companies, join Kaztec for your sustainable development. Thank you. Thank you, Nurlan. Indeed, you came up with a really comprehensive speech with its features. The fourth part also was investments in your part, and we do understand that probably with no decent financing any business is going to be just remained as an idea. That's why here I would like to give the floor to Mr. Marat Talgatovich, not as a representative of the Development Bank of Kazakhstan, but as an expert. Could you provide with your vision on how financing can be organized and what criteria are first and foremost important from your point of view, so as to have the real understanding of the things for the financial world? Thank you, Mr. Askar. Probably I'm also going to join the trend of appreciation toward the speakers that in the evening, 6 p.m. on Friday, we are discussing the matters of sustainability. That's why I'm going to try my best to be short and to have more time for the Q&A session. Just in short, I would like to tell about the Development Bank of Kazakhstan. It was established in 2001. The mission of the Development Bank of Kazakhstan is to facilitate the sustainable development of the national economy by financing large infrastructure and industrial projects. I would like to accent on the word sustainable development of the national economy. And here, in fact, we focus as a bank on what we should do as a bank so as to have our economy developing fast, stable, inclusively, competitively. The matters of sustainability, they are very much relevant, not only in terms of the global responsibilities. All of us know that Kazakhstan has certain responsibilities, obligations adopted, not only in matters of climate, but social matters. That's also about the matter of competitiveness of the economy. The financiers are pretty much pragmatic people. We look in terms of whether the projects comply with all the respective required social ecological standards, requirements, corporate governance at high level, and in turn, the projects who have all of them down would have the respective evaluation, and in terms of the projects of such kind, they are more bankable, more financeable, can be financed. So here, when we consider the projects, answering your question, dear Mr. Moderator, we look in terms of risks, and when we have low level of risks, it means that the rate of financing is lower, and it would mean that the investment project is going to be much more tractable. It is very much important for the financiers, since we do understand it's not about the sustainability of financial industry or the Development Bank of Kazakhstan, but it's about the sustainability of our borrowers, our clients, that we, in the end, implement with our partners. Here it is a very important component, since while we have the financing considerations, we assess the ESG risks, corporate governance risks, social risks, and if the projects have the highest scores possible, we basically provide with a discount for financing. So that's a very important fundamental part for financiers in terms of the support of such kind of sustainable projects. Probably I'm not going to be too much on the presentation itself. However, I would like to tell that we are an intermediate, the Development Bank of Kazakhstan. The nature of the bank is to channel funding from one side to another, so we draw lots of money on the capital markets, foreign capital markets, from the international financial partners. In terms of drawing money from the capital markets, we have around 4.5 billion US dollars. Just this year, we drew around more than 1 billion US dollars for the projects, plus 100 billion tenge on the capital market. Those are market money. We drew the money by sustainable green bonds, and that's a very important part. It's about what projects we finance. They look at our procedures, rules, standards, what we finance. That's why it is very much important for us getting the respective ranking of 64 with Fitch. That's ranking 2. That's the highest ranking among all the financial institutes in Kazakhstan, if I'm not mistaken. And we also conduct lots of activities while being the members of the UN Global Compact, other associations, and so on, so as to develop the competence inside the Development Bank of Kazakhstan to promote it further. It is also very much important to note US financiers most probably look at that from the side of the ESG, but all of us do know that the 17 SDGs, in terms of the Development Bank of Kazakhstan's activities, we report accordingly, and we implement around 14 SDGs activities within all of them out of 17 again. That's not only about corporate governance, but many other things that are very much important in terms of sustainability of our activities. On this slide we have the short information of the very things, the internal documents, rules, strategy, the policies that we introduced in our activities, so as to find out the right criteria of investment projects. The financing of such projects is very much important, since investors lots of time pay attention to the matters of what policies, procedures are used while having the criteria for financing. It's not only about just the goals and plans themselves, but also about to reach them. It is definitely very much important for us to deal not only with brainwashing, greenwashing again, but rather the responsibilities that we take on ourselves and to implement them. So within that, we introduced the policy in introducing the socially stable, sustainable financing all the projects, bonds. Here an important component is that we not only ourselves proved it, but we also drew our external consultants, experts who prove or verify our reports in regard to the funds we channeled. An important part is definitely the very projects, what we use the funding for. Here we have just only the green projects. However, our range of projects is very much wide. As of today, we have financed, if I'm not mistaken, 14 renewable energy sources projects, solar farms, hydroelectric power plants, wind farms, energy efficiency projects. It's not only energy efficiency related to energy, but that's also about infrastructure, processing industry, and other areas. Right. I also just wanted to stop on the issuance of the green sustainable bonds. Last year we had the debut of our green bonds on the market of KASE. The exchange of 10 billion tenge we drew on the local level. Those were the first debuted oblique bonds. Then we had our second internationally certified, the Climate Bonds Initiative verified bonds. Then we had the first Central Asian issuance. We drew the external financing 100 million tenge at the rate of 13% per annum, whereas the basis was different, as you can see. So we could have drew tenge on the foreign markets less than what we had as the base rate. That's a very important part. That's why it is very much important to note that the appetite is there with investors to invest in sustainable green projects. It's a very important thing. However, an important thing is also to properly package and prepare the projects and to verify the very indicators that prove that the projects are sustainable, green, social. I am pretty much over. However, I would be glad to answer your questions. Thank you. Thank you, Marat. Before us getting to the Q&A, I would nevertheless like to ask certain key questions. In terms of priorities, we can see that there are many coincidences that the organizations have, the directions in sustainable development, all of them are supported by everyone in general. So in your view, while implementing certain directions, do you have plans A and plans B, or what kind of plans do you have for year 2025 in terms of plans? Could you please speak out about your ideas, and in case of having the plans approved already, just some target indicators for the coming future, year 2025? In principle, again, that's a question to everyone, not only to the bank. Right, let me then start. In general, as a development institute, as the government, the task is to double the GDP by year 2029, and definitely for us, as a development institute, that's a very important task. We do understand the importance of the economic growth. We do understand the importance of the diversification of the economy and to have prosperity of our citizens. So those are the major goals, definitely. By implementing more sustainable projects, more quality projects. When we speak about sustainable projects, definitely we can have a similarity to less riskier, more sustainable projects, definitely. Last year, for example, the Development Bank of Kazakhstan financed projects worth $1,466 billion tenge, more than 56 projects. This year we expect that we would significantly increase the investment sum this year. And here we speak mainly about the market-drawn finance in sustainable green projects, energy-efficient projects. Probably our main task is to secure financing investment projects in Kazakhstan. However, since we are at the Almaty Digital, it is very much important for us to note our plans, our activities in digitization. Now we are actively introducing the product-based approach into our activities. We are introducing the AI in our activities. That's a very important part. We form the single data storage, certain algorithms, so as to have our activities more efficient. So besides other tasks, I would just note those two ones in particular. Just to be short, as you know, year 2025 was approved and announced as the working professions year, and you know the majority of our professions are working professions. That's why it would basically define all the respective decision-making in our companies. Meanwhile, as you already got to know about that, and it was already mentioned before, earlier on, we already are implementing the digital initiatives. Many of them are getting through the R&D 1% initiative.
In the end of last year, we had hackathon, and one of the topics that was subsidized by the state, which was automation of all of the business processes in terms of enhancement of enrichment and extraction of substances. And actually we will keep digitalizing the processes aimed at ensuring occupational safety, comfort, and efficiency of works. So companies dealing with the digital solutions in these areas, please come to us and address us as partners. And of course, the next area is Balhash. We have enough digital tools, so we will look at them very thoroughly, especially within the framework of the year of working professions. A worker who has enjoyed a safe environment is a key and contribution to safety and sustainability of the region. So sustainable development goals is human-centric. Dinara, thank you so much. Well, my contribution is going to be the following. So 2025 is going to be a special year, unique year. We have just 5 years in order to implement and achieve SDGs. That's a giant market, actually. It's 12 trillion US dollars. McKinsey made an analysis and, enhancing and increasing GDP twice is not something that you can reach out thanks to raising out taxes isn't going to be the practice. And in fact, Kazakhstan and entire Central Asia may become the leader globally. And there's turbulence going on everywhere. So we might introduce new practices in terms of how to run businesses. So what are we planning to do is we're going to be launching the office that is going to be looking at Central Asia this year. Having joined the UN Global Compact, I have no doubt that there are so many leaders in business. They've been the companies who've been achieving SDGs, but they keep quiet. But I want these leaders, to be exposed to the global platform. This year there's going to be General Assembly of the United Nations. So I would like the representatives of Central Asian and Kazakhstan's business to share the experience that they have, to share the practices, and only by doing so you contribute to investment attractiveness of your country and to the investment attractiveness of Central Asia as it is. Thank you. Well, I think that this is a great platform for scaling up. The platform that the UN has, and we have the references to large projects that have been implemented together with large businesses. So this is scaling up strategy that we may use. Everybody is talking about. So I think that yes, indeed, we got to look at the opportunities, and for CASTEC, we might have corrections in terms of what plans we have for 2025, take into account the current agenda of those who have contributed to the panel. Thank you so much, Sagan. Well, in regards to CASTEC's plans, we have, much as the many sectors that are represented. However, the three major areas are the following. So, number one, telecom. We realize that telecom and communications is the core of the global infrastructure, right? And the world keeps changing. We have to understand the rules. And in Kazakhstan, they've existed for a while, and together with the telecom community and the marketplace, we keep updating the regulations, and we've been working to design the draft project on telecom law, and within a very short period of time we will strive to finish the work. The second area is telemedicine. This is a very tangible sector that we have a lot of ambitions, and we have lots of organizations to include non-governmental, who deal with the matter. However, there's an effort to ensure that we don't have any obstacles and hardships whatsoever. and it has to do well with the sustainable development goals, the accessibility to healthcare services, taking into account giant distances Kazakhstan has. And the third area of attention that has to do, I think, with the entire perimeter of business. So we have drafted a concept to digitalize taxation administration. So we do have the ideas how to increase taxes thanks to new technology and the tools allowing us to administer taxes and to ensure the budgetary income. So again, taking into account digital economy, taking into account the platform institutional development of the economy overall. So those are the three major areas. Thank you so much. I think that when we ask questions in regards to the plans of each other, we do have a better understanding of what to do and how to do it. And Kazakhmys, second, I think that going back to your plans as a reference, 10 years ago, for instance, within the framework of open innovations of Skolkovo, we made a proposal to have digitalization in Kazakhstan. We didn't have digital Kazakhstan back then, a decade ago. That was something new, and we thought that it was a perspective. Put that idea into the minutes of the meeting. We've been supported hugely, and the prime ministers of Eurasian Economic Union came over to Almaty, and they were sharing their experience. And each and every time, the new topics were shared. Let me link the topic of the panel discussion and have it merged with the artificial intelligence. We have introduced lots of artificial intelligence solutions, and we are now in a position to say that the experience we have under Industry 4.0 is something that we could share both in ESG perspective and technology breakthrough. So understanding the priorities in regards to Industry 4.0, we are in a position to ensure digital maturity in AI usage. And in Europe, they tend to name it Industry 5.0. So it's Industry 4.0 plus artificial intelligence development. So there's a driver for the upcoming decade to help us out. So it's important to say that the key objectives of this panel session to be achieved is to ensure the exchange of experience, which we have achieved, case by case. So the next question is what approach to use. Standards differ, and we have to understand in regards to what has to be used in banking sectors, for instance, in industry, and so on and so forth. So I think that there has to be a unified understanding in regards to how to proceed further. So again, regional development was taken as a reference. So regional development, is something that could be actually diverse and the region is and regional development is something that needs us to interact with larger corporations. Therefore, we comprehend regions not as administrative and territorial units only, but as a driver for the development. So within the global integration, our proposal is to consider an opportunity to have regular meetings in 2025. In summer, we have regular meetings, so we could have the standalone session in mining, for instance. So sustainable development in mining would be interesting for the companies. So the proposal that we received from Dinara in terms of timing, we need to have a look whether we are in a position to have our examples shared at the international arena. So we might have members of Kazakh or Digital Almaty members to get engaged. So those are the initiatives and the upcoming future. For 3 months in a row, I think Dinara will be in a position to share the ideas. So the fact the UN Global Compact office is going to be placed in Almaty. That's a great ambition. So Almaty is going to become a center of those initiatives as well. So we are happy to support, and please, you will enjoy our assistance to make sure that this office is a benchmark. So those are the objectives. So again, are there any questions from the audience to the speakers, please? My name is Tulubek Solasidala. So my question to you, so in Kazakh language, we have 42 letters, it's not convenient, when you send messages to WhatsApp and Facebook, it's inconvenient. So how can we, make sure that we have, a more comfortable layout? So I do have a plan on converting Kazakh alphabet into the computer layout. So second, so this is my question to you, please. Thank you for your question. Well, yes, this is a very concrete question. However, I'm not in a position to answer it right now. We got to have a separate discussion, and then we will come to a solution. So second, Shaykhmetov is the addressee. So when you use did you have any works related to metro construction? Did you use any AI? We have had operations that have to do with fossil fuels, so we had nothing to do with digging the metro. Thank you so much. I can't respond to you. So my name is Alexander. So could you please, in order to provide sustainable development to fund Almaty heating station to be converted to gas and shifting refineries to Euro 5. We have no air to breathe, and in case if you sponsor shifting over to Euro 5, then the emissions would be shrink to fivefold. We supply Uzbekistan with fuel, and Almaty has the same issue. The catalyst can't make it and clean the air. Well, I have a clear understanding of what you're saying. And the importance of clean air for Almaty is very essential. I used to be living in Almaty for a long time, so I have a good understanding how the Development Bank of Kazakhstan has been doing this already, and we approved and funded shifting heating station number 2 from coal to gas, and this happened last year. And together with the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development and the Asian Development Bank, we have provided those subsidies, and the next stage is to have heating station number 3 converted to gas. So that was the initiative together with ALS and Samruk Energo, and one of our partners was Eurasian Development Bank. So we hope that there's going to be tangible results received soon. So in the upcoming future, in the upcoming couple of years, we will have good results in this matter. And again, shifting over to Euro 4 or Euro 5, I'm not an expert in this area, but I do realize that there's certain regulatory requirements that we have to be adherent to, so that there's a commitment to transfer the industry into to the new standards. So the role of business matters, and the business together with the state has to actually address these issues. So if there is a business case, we would be more than glad to fund these projects. However, my comment would be that back in November of last year, we approved the project on investing alkylates. Alkylates is a supplement. I'm not a chemist, but this helps to increase the octane index, to ensure that the fuel is in compliance with the Euro 5 requirements. So construction of nuclear station. So do you have long-term plans for regional development? What is going to happen in a decade, 2, 3, 5? When the project was developed back in Soviet Kazakhstan, there were no environmental disasters like flooding, for instance, and the global warmth, the climate overall gets changed. There are less sources for drinkable water. There was a scarcity of drinkable water, and last year, for instance, we had surplus in terms of drinkable water. So isn't it going to be having any consequences, negative consequences, I mean, to reactor, is it going to be enough oxygen in the water? I'm not in a position to answer this question. I'm not an expert in the area, so with your permission, I won't answer, because I'm not an expert. So briefly speaking, in regards to Balkhash, this is a topic which is really important for Kazakhmys. We are the only one large company that is operating on the river bank of, on the lake bank of Balkhash. At the governmental level, there was a working group established that deals with R&D and studies, enabling us to answer questions whether Balkhash Basin isn't going to be destroyed as a result of such a huge construction. What is going to happen if we're going to be consuming more for Almaty, for Kunai, for Alatau? I live in Almaty, but in fact, Kapshigar is the water that we get from Balkhash, So whatever we consume within the city is going to be having consequences over Balkhash. If we plan to have the largest Alatau, which is going to be the largest city worldwide, with the boundaries from Almaty to Kapshigar, so the question is how and what impact we're going to be having in terms of scarcity of water perspective. So we are ready to provide funds for the initial studies, and it's impossible to have this process arranged without the participation of the NGOs. We've got to have the clear understanding and have a clear answer to the questions that I've just raised. So if you have any digital solutions, it would be even better. I'd like to note that because we have shifted in schedule, the session was supposed to be opened by the Council of the President, Mr. Isikeev, but since he had B2B meetings under Eurasian Economic Commissions, he couldn't do it today. So as a result of today's session, we're going to be drafting our own vision, and this vision is going to be handed over to the administration of the President, and he will be in touch in order to identify the priorities to help us out, because the questions that you have asked and the questions that have to do with the sustainable development go beyond the competence of the organizations that have been engaged in today's panel discussion, and it goes beyond the oil and gas sector, for instance. And the issues that you've raised are very important for us, and now it's a high time for us to have the proposals in terms of the priorities and sufficiency.
But the most important thing for me, it seems, that we today gathered up, discussed the things we do know, we do understand that so as to introduce DI, first and foremost, we need to set up a good, decent infrastructure. We do understand that so as the corporate industry in terms of industrial AI to work properly, they need first and foremost to work out the business processes. We can have silly things digitized. We already have examples of mass polymetal. Those projects are present here. But again, I would like to note that we have ESG matters of corporate governance. I was noted that we have a foreign delegation visiting one of the enterprises. They had a simple question to the chief operational officer, whether they guarantee, whether him proved that everything would be as he wanted. He told he couldn't guarantee anything, so that's why they put the project under question. So basically there are issues that at the level of the mid management, they are afraid to take responsibility. That's why I totally do support second that it should be not only at the level of the leadership, but also on the level of those who implement the things. That's why we have such a suggestion. It's like maybe let us have kind of a regional forum, or maybe a smaller format to invite experts. And if you plan to have such an event, then I think that we would be glad to visit. We would invite the experts who are required in your demand. Moreover, we already have the experience in having the marathons, acceleration sessions. On our side, we can provide with such a contribution. Indeed, right. In terms of regional specifics, in terms of the Balkhash assets, we're much interested in having we plan to have the social sustainability center. The decision hasn't been made so far, but if the experts would tell that the efforts would be such and such, results would be such and such, the outcomes would be such and such in 5 years, then I believe that the decision to have such a center opened would be much easier for my leadership. That's why I call upon experts to work together, brainstorm, provide with advice. You know, we had the first forum in Balkhash. In the past, we used to have them in different places, in Karaganda and some other places, so we reanimated the very practice. We, for the first time in 25 years, gathered up senators, experts in the city of Balkhash. This year, we also would like to have such a forum. We believe it's going to be an annual forum. Maybe we're going to meet twice a year. Together with the experts of the UN, we went to COP29, we mentioned our initiatives. Moreover, it was supported with the president, and during the water summit together with Macron it was mentioned as well. So that's about Balkhash. And in terms of sustainable development, I think out of the macro regions is the most important one. We are ready there to support all initiatives, to consider all the movements. Definitely it would be nice to have everything implemented with the elements of the AI. And if to summarize what you mentioned, so as to have the AI, we just first of all need to have just intellect, right? So we are going to work on that as well. Okay, fine. It's all clear that once we would have one single goal, aim, it's not just simpler to have it there with everyone. to implement as well. I believe that today we had an open dialogue. Interesting plans are there with us. So the companies had a very good opportunity to get to a new point of growth, I would say, a new market of growth, having certain digital capacity, background, and to be a decent participant of the new ecosystem. That's why thank you very much, everyone. We're keeping in touch. All of you who waited till the end of this day, Friday evening, thank you very much, everyone. Participants of the session, I know your route, it was snowing, you made everything to be here with us. That's why thank you very much. In particular, everyone who flew over to here and supported us. Thank you.
Да, давайте общее фото. Как же? Нет, нет, всякие. Если два-три поколения уже занимается, получается.
Эй! Эй!
А вот сверху, вот здесь кнопочка. Все убрали. Вверх, вниз, вниз.
Можно оставить. Раз, ага. Дорогие друзья, рады всех очень.
Dear friends, we would like to welcome you to the session. Allow me please to introduce to you the keynote speaker. We have the founder and general director of one of the international platforms, Gidrom.com. This is a platform that places ecosystems from around the globe. Over 160 countries have been introduced to the platform, and they have opened their offices in 15 cities throughout the United States. And there's going to be unique chance. The ecosystem of Kazakhstan is going to be introduced to you as well, and he's going to be briefing you about the place that is given to Kazakhstan. So Yoram Vingarde, please, the floor is yours, sir.
Glad to be here. So yeah, my name is Joram Wijngaarden. I flew in from Amsterdam this morning to give you a presentation I've been working on for this event. It's about the rise of new frontier ecosystems in the entrepreneurial age. I'm gonna go through 3 different sections. So the first is what am I talking about when I talk about new frontier ecosystems? Then I will show you a little bit about how Dealroom is working with ecosystems to measure and help grow. And lastly, although it's still early, I'm gonna
Сказано ранее, я поделюсь с вами.
Based on the data we have so far, and I'll show you the platform that we are about to launch. It actually already is live. Don't worry, I don't need the full hour. It will go quicker, but if you have any questions for me, just feel free to raise your hand or give a shout or ask me things afterwards. So let's dive into it. Starting with this chart. So this shows market capitalization around the world. And as you can see, the US is pulling away from the rest of the world. So it almost feels like a lost race, at least in Europe, where I'm from. There has been kind of a sense of despair because the US seems to be so formidable when it comes to tech that it almost feels like futile to even try it. That has been a little bit the vibe in Europe. And I mean, on top of this just shows stock prices. So you can see 55 trillion in value created by US companies, of course mostly by tech companies, whereas Asia and Europe, the stock market has not performed nearly as well. But it's not just about the stock market. What you also see is that in terms of just economic performance and productivity and the whole economy becoming more advanced, that the US is leading the way. But is it a lost race? So the answer is clearly no. So in recent years, we've seen that 1 billion plus tech companies, like unicorns, can be created everywhere. These dots show just some of the new cities that for the first time have seen big tech companies being created from there. And also, for example, the news around DeepSeek has shown that invention can come from anywhere, and you can stand on the shoulders of giants to build something new. It's not just a race, it's about the new frontier. So there are now 629 cities around the world that have at least 1 billion plus startup. And why am I mentioning this? Yeah, it is a kind of maybe a random benchmark, but it works pretty well. If a city is able to produce a billion plus company, that usually results in a lot of other positive things happening afterwards, because it creates good returns for investors, so you get kind of this flywheel effect. So 629, and you can see the red part, that's everything except Europe, US, and China. And this part of the world, this new frontier, and Kazakhstan is a part of that, now attracts between 15 and 20% of all venture capital invested in the world. And that used to be only 5%. So there's a significant increase in interest in investing outside of, you know, the usual places. So taking a step back, in the entire world, there are about 300,000 VC-backed startups. And this funnel here kind of gives you, in one view, a snapshot of what the world's tech ecosystem looks like. So there are about 300,000 companies that have received VC funding since 1990. Every year, about 12,500 are added. So this is global data. You know? And all the way on the left, you see 50,000. So there are about 50,000 true startups created every year. So I'm not talking about, so the definition of a startup is not just any company that starts. I'm really talking about, you know, companies that would call themselves a startup, that are designed to grow fast, and that are probably going to try to raise venture capital. And out of the 50,000, roughly 12,500 also do, so about 1/4. But then, like, you know, being a startup is a high-risk adventure. There's a lot of failure, and only few make it. So you can see on the right that about 3,000 of them reach this 1 billion valuation, and 274 reached 10 billion, and so forth. And 6 companies have reached more than $1 trillion in value, at least founded since 1990. What you can see here is that the number of new startups created is actually spread pretty equally between EMEA, which is Europe, Middle East, and Africa, and then the Americas and Asia. The total number of new startups being added per year doesn't really differ all that much. But then the conversion to unicorn and the conversion to decacorn, that's where the major change comes. And so you can see the logos all the way on the right, where, yeah, Europe for so far has created only 200 billion plus companies. Asia has created several. In the US there are many. And then the US is able to create those giant companies that create most of the value. And so here you can see that there's a huge concentration of Hello? Yep. Thank you. Good. This one sounds also better. Can you hear me okay? Yep. All right. So this chart shows that still there's a huge concentration of value in the Bay Area. Sorry. So far, so good. A lot of, oh, I'm back. All right. Okay. You know, so the blue part, that's all US. Almost all of it is in the Bay Area and in Seattle, so extreme concentration. But that's not the point. The point of this chart is that actually until about the 10 billion valuation mark, it's much more distributed. So it's just that those new frontier areas and also Europe are just struggling to build companies beyond the 10 billion mark. But if we zoom in on this new frontier, they have created a combined enterprise value of 6 trillion. So it is actually becoming very, very large. Yeah, and here you can see by cohort, so by the age of the companies. So the red part shows the younger cohorts, the blue part shows older companies, and the green part kind of like middle-aged companies. So it is producing significant value, and I think it's interesting, therefore, to try to understand how this value is being created, and to kind of understand how this economy, this 6 trillion economy, is working. And yeah, one more thing I also wanted to show is the interesting thing is that even though in the beginning of my presentation, you remember I showed the US was kind of pulling away from everybody, but it's actually a little bit of a distorted view because it's just a handful of very large companies that are creating this effect. We're talking about companies like Nvidia, Google, Facebook, and most of those were created, actually all of them, were created either in the 90s or in the early 2000s. Yeah, and in those days, I'm pretty sure that Kazakhstan didn't have a startup ecosystem. Even like Europe also had almost no startup ecosystem. There was no venture capital. So you cannot really compare those generations. Back in those days, American companies had basically the world for themselves. And they were the only one with serious backing. So we're kind of starting this thing 30, 40 years later. We have to take that into consideration. So here you can kind of do a like-for-like comparison. You compare the same generations of startups, and then what you see is that the share of value created, when you look at the same percentage, there's actually a catch-up happening. So, for example, and this chart looks similar for Europe, but everywhere outside of the US is actually catching up to this model. So that's good news. So that was chapter 1. So now I'm going to switch over a little bit and talk a bit more about Dealroom, a company that I founded 10 years ago. And then I'm going to switch back to data and show you more about Kazakhstan. So measuring and growing tech ecosystems. So Dealroom was started 10 years ago. We're headquartered in Amsterdam, but we have people all over the world. We are now the official startup database for over 100 tech ecosystems around the world. You can see the blue dots here. So high concentration in Europe, where we started, but now since a couple of years we work with over 15 cities in the US. We work with all major cities in Australia. We're starting to, this map needs to be updated because we now work with 3 different countries also in Africa. We're in Japan, we're in Taiwan, we're in all over the Middle East. Next week I'm also traveling to Dubai and Saudi Arabia to meet our clients there. So there is a very fast-growing group of cities that work with us because they want to understand what their ecosystem looks like, what's there, who are the startups, what they're doing, and how does that compare with other cities. And as you can see, we've recently started also here in Kazakhstan. So what we do is we try to create a 360-degree blueprint of tech ecosystems. We're looking at talent, innovation, capital, and enablers, kind of the infrastructure. So within talent, we look at who are the founders, what's their background. We look at employment data. We look at job openings. We try to look at skills, everything to do with talent. Then we also, within innovation, we look at the tech stack of startups, patents, R&D projects, and kind of the rate of startup formation. The kind of, in red you see the capital pillar, which is super important. So we look at not only who are the VC firms here in Kazakhstan, but also who are the foreign investors that are active here. We look at valuations. We look also at who are the investors behind these VC firms, so who are the LPs, and so forth. And then last but not least, we also look at kind of the infrastructure that is here in terms of universities, accelerators, co-working spaces, and so forth. And so with those things, we can create benchmarks. So we can also then, because we do this for 100 different cities around the world, we can then also compare, make meaningful comparisons between Kazakhstan and other countries or regions, like ecosystems that are, for example, of a similar size, and see how do they compare in terms of people, what are the strengths and what are the weaknesses. And of course, we also do rankings, global rankings, based on observable and actionable data. So it's always observable, it's always transparent, and no ranking is perfect, but we try to look at it from different angles. To the goal is to see what are the strengths and weaknesses of an ecosystem, so that policymakers can do something about it. And then we really, as the end goal is to try to have a complete picture of the ecosystem, to see where are the startups formations coming from, how many of those startups are getting funded. So we have this on a global scale, but also can zoom in within Kazakhstan to see, how is this funnel working, where is the funnel working, and where are the bottlenecks. So as I mentioned, I just arrived this morning, and I really still have a lot to learn about the ecosystem, but I'm just going to share some initial observations based on the data that we have so far. And before I do that, at Dealroom, this is kind of how we look at the startup journey. So you obviously have the foundation, and the metrics that we look at are the team and the technology. Then you have the kind of startup stage, which usually coincides with a seed and/or a Series A round, where the goal of the startup is to find product market fit and go to market fit. That is the main goal of a startup at that stage, because you can only scale when you have that product market fit. And I know it sounds obvious, but I believe that the main cause of failure of startups is that they are in denial about having product market fit. And they say when you have it, you know it for sure, let's say. So the metrics that you can measure at that time is about how many users do you have, how fast are you hiring, and what kind of investors do you bring on board. And those are all things that we track at Dealroom. And then the next stage is what we call the breakout stage. And that means, the breakout stage means literally that your company is breaking out and is experiencing rapid growth. And your main challenge shifts from finding product market fit to having it, but then managing this rapid growth and making it sustainable. Having the right unit economics and being able to grow fast without your company running out of money or the technology falling apart. And so here we look at a different set of metrics. Like, we still measure headcount and investors and users, but we also measure your unit economics, revenue, and again, what type of investors you're able to bring on. And if companies are able to survive the breakout stage, then they go to what we call the scale-up stage, which is usually about scaling international, like repeating what you have built in new markets, for example. And in this case, what the obvious metrics to measure are just overall growth, your fundamentals. So fundamentals meaning, again, like your revenue, but also your profitability and your valuation. And often this is a time when companies start doing M&A and start also preparing for an exit, like some of their investors will want to exit. So this is kind of the framework that we apply to ecosystems to make, meaningful comparisons possible. And like so far here in Kazakhstan, we have 101 VC-backed startups on the radar. I'm sure that we are still missing some. So, at the end of my presentation, I'm going to ask everybody to really help, us to make this data set more complete. But so far, we have 101 VC-backed companies that have raised at least a pre-seed round. Then you see a drop-off, which is completely normal, to seed, to Series A, Series B, and so forth, with 2 unicorns, maybe 3, depending how you count, and 1 decacorn, which is Kaspi. And so what does this look like compared with other ecosystems? And I thought this was too good not to show. And again, we're just starting the data journey. And I think in a year from now, we'll have even a lot more data to work with. But you could see on the previous chart that 2% of VC-backed startups turn into a unicorn, 1% into a decacorn, and that's actually extremely good. So, it's higher than the US, this conversion rate. It's almost as good as China, and the reason China is so high is also because we think, not every pre-seed round is really disclosed there, so it's a bit less transparent. So probably that number is inflated, but yeah, and then Israel is just really on another level. But if you look at the number of decacorns created here, it's an extremely interesting figure. And I know this is based on a small data set, and we shouldn't conclude too much from this. But actually, now that I've spent a day here, I think there is a bigger truth behind this chart. Because I've noticed one thing is that, for example, when you look at the Chinese tech ecosystem or the European or the US, they're all kind of different. So in the US, Silicon Valley is like completely detached from the rest of industry. Like they are really in 2 different silos. Traditional industry where you have those auto companies and chemicals and so forth. And then you have the startups in Silicon Valley that are kind of doing everything independently and differently. That's very different in China, for example, where the tech industry is really just part of the bigger industry. So they are not siloed in the same way. And that's why you have a lot of big national tech companies in China, which I think is also a very interesting model, and also a very successful model. And it seems that Kazakhstan is again different, but you have a couple of very big successful tech companies that maybe started in traditional industry, but have truly transformed. And that's why you are able to create these big outcomes. And I think that is a very interesting model that results in this high conversion. So using then this same breakdown from early stage, pre-seed, seed, Series A, B, etc. I like to look at things this way. So this gives you an immediate kind of snapshot of where the startups are. And so Astana has has 1 decacorn, but overall is a smaller ecosystem than Almaty. So this gives you a sense of where the startups are so far. And by sector, so fintech, transportation, education, health, That's where most of the startups are, and you can see that the most kind of breakouts have been created so far in fintech and transportation, but also in health and real estate. Yeah, so the platform is public and we've already launched it, and you can find it on this web address, kazakhstan.dealroom.co. You can explore all the companies in a lot more detail. You can map them across different sectors, and you can do different types of segmentations like this one here. Companies also have a deal room signal that kind of shows how fast they are growing, how fast they are hiring, and what their growth potential is like. We also have a signal that shows how likely a company is to be raising capital soon. And yeah, there's a lot of more things that you can do on the platform, but one is also to match your startup with investors. So you can type here your own company name, and like you'll see a matching tool within the platform. It's all free, it's all accessible, and so you can add your own startup, kind of give a little bit of information about what kind of round you are raising, and it matches you with investors both from around the world and from here in Kazakhstan. So I wanted to end my presentation with data. So how do we collect data? So it's a mix of different sources. We have at the kind of foundation of it all, data engineering. So we have a team of data engineers, most of them in the Netherlands, but also other places. They process news, so 1.2 million articles per month. We go into regulatory data. We scrape company websites. We buy third-party research. We plug into third-party APIs. Like social media is a very important source of data for us. And then also what we call over-the-counter data. So often our partners share Excel sheets with us. So all that gets kind of integrated, consolidated. There needs to be let's say, a quality layer added on top. Then we use a lot of AI and data science to enhance this data. So we can use AI to, for example, create rich descriptions of what a company does based on the data that we've collected. And so those are kind of two, for us, foundational sources. But then we get to the community. So these 106 ecosystem partners, they all share data with us. And I go to events like these to also tell people to share data with us to make the platform better and more useful for everybody. We have about 10,000 contributors per month, investors, institutions, founders, and hopefully soon also a lot of people from Kazakhstan. And then lastly, we do our own research. So I wanted to highlight, we really need your help. For sure, the data is far from perfect at this point, but it's a good starting point. And I hope that everybody here will sign up. It's free, and you can claim your company. And also, if you do that, you can also ask us for a temporary global license, so you'll have access to the global deal room platform if you help us make the data better. You can just write us in the chat and tell the person that I said that we will do that. And if that sounds appealing to you, so if you want to help make the data better, this is my email. Please, do reach out, and then hopefully maybe next year or in a few months we can do another presentation and give you like really a lot more detail about the ecosystem. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah, thank you, Yoram, so much for such an amazing overview of the deal room platform and Kazakhstan place in it. We all saw the Kazakhstan on the very top. So a lot of expectations for the future. Now a few questions, right? Дорогие друзья, спасибо большое.
Dear friends, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Yerom. So now it's a high time for questions. In case if we do have those who wish to ask a question, so please don't hesitate. So please introduce yourself and ask a question.
This insightful presentation, it's really nice to know how we look from outside, so to speak. My name is Bahrit, I'm a financial advisor. Could you kindly comment on the way deal room positions itself versus, for example, systems like Karta, right? And the basically ecosystem collection of information and where deal room goes, and essentially how you see deal room in terms of quality of information going forward. Thank you.
What was the last part?
How you see deal room in terms of quality of information
Right.
for the region, because one of the biggest problems is absence of information.
Yeah, okay. So the first question was how do we compare with Karta, for example, and I will also throw in a few other names. Yeah, so Karta, if you're not familiar, is basically started as a cap table management platform, and because of that they are sitting on a lot of very interesting information, especially in the US. And we are really a data provider. So when you go to the deal room platform, you can dive into, you can find information on individual companies and in aggregate, and we help you to discover new startups. So our clients are VCs, public institutions, and big tech companies. And most of the top tier VCs have use our API and our platform to discover companies. And Karta, for example, their main customers will be startups that need a cap table solution. But we're close partners. We actually also work together on reports. And I'm also speaking in one of their events in London in April, if you happen to be there. And like the difference between us and, for example, Crunchbase or PitchBook. So PitchBook is very much a financially oriented database, also used by private equity and by accountants. We are really more focused on the innovation and startup ecosystem. So there's just more emphasis around it. And so when you're a VC, it's often the better solution. Compared with Crunchbase, we just have a lot more data per startup. But then your second question was, okay, what about the data quality? And because a lot of data is not available here. Yeah, that's definitely true, and that's why we really need everybody's help to make it better. But I do think we're pretty good at also deriving insights, even if we don't have all the data yet. And so we'll be hopefully together with our partner here launch some research that you'll find valuable, and hopefully after reading it you'll think, okay, I really want to help these guys to make sure that the data becomes better.
Yoram, hello. Thanks a lot for the performance. My name is Rodion. I'm a founder of a startup, CodeLife. It's like one of Kazakhstan startup that has a potential to be a unicorn, I hope.
Yeah.
So my question for you. You have analyzed so much data, and maybe you get some insights and you can give some advices for Kazakh founders on what to do right, especially for Kazakh founders.
Well, I'm a founder myself, and the one thing I learned is to not listen to so much to what other people are saying and to follow your own instinct. That's my number one advice. But of course, maybe that's. I'm thinking what could be a more helpful answer. I mean, Yeah, which sectors do have the best potential? Like, I know it's maybe not what you want to hear, but I think that if, as a founder, you should start something because it's something that you really are passionate about, and it's not really, you don't start something because you think that has the biggest potential. And actually, what if you look at all the big startup successes, they all come from pretty unlikely companies, you know, like Airbnb, and actually, if you look at the biggest outcomes, they all come from kind of unlikely candidates. So I really like that's maybe my advice, and it's not, I completely stole it, but what like Paul Graham always says from Y Combinator is, well, their motto is make something people want, which is all about product market fit, and just focus on solving an actual problem of someone, and don't focus too much on marketing or doing something that sounds cool or doing something because you have a huge vision. Usually, if you just solve someone's day-to-day problem really well, and you can have one really happy user, and then 2, and then 10, and then 100, I think that's how to build a business.
Hi, my question is about the insights again. So, do you also analyze the direction of expansion of startups? And if yes, what region do you see as the most best potential for the expansion of Kazakh startups? So, for instance, like I know many Europe startups are expanding to US, and for Kazakhstan, where is the best potential direction? Is it Middle East or Europe or?
Yeah, that's a really good question. Yeah, it's true. In Europe, companies tend to go to the US because Europe is very fragmented and we don't have a single market. There's a lot of different rules in every country. So to kind of avoid that, typically companies like to go to the US because it's like one big market. And then maybe if they really succeed, they would go back to Europe. But here it's probably a very different playbook. And I think there are some startups that have successfully expanded into the region, right? And like surrounding countries is my understanding. And that seems definitely one logical step. And I'm also curious if you think there is an opportunity to do something in China, you know, because there, yeah, you often see that an outsider can do interesting stuff in a market. Like people sometimes just like, you know, sometimes things just work because someone came up with an idea that's not from that country and just does things a little bit differently. So if
do you know any examples like for foreigners having success in China, for example?
No, I think basically European and US companies have kind of been forced to pull out for the most part. But if I feel like here in Kazakhstan you have a different relationship, and you are really more a connector. So that gives you a huge, unique opportunity, yeah, to do business in all those directions.
Thanks.
Yeah, and also Russia and the Middle East, yeah. Right.
So thank you for your presentation, and the data was interesting, especially about unicorn percents. And you mentioned that Israel is on another level.
Yeah.
Like, why is that?
Yeah, a lot of people have been wondering why is that, and I don't know. I think it has something to do with the culture, you know. Like it's really the startup nation, and it's just a really high concentration of very ambitious entrepreneurs, and they often move, by the way, to the US because that's usually the market that they focus on. So there's by now also a kind of really good connection between those two countries. in the end, it's about culture, and I think everybody, any other country could achieve the same level. Yeah, so we leave it there. Thank you.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you so much.
Заходите на платформу.
So enter the platform, look for Kazakhstan, and let's fill the platform with the most updated data. Thank you so much for listening, and the session is dismissed. Thanks a lot. See you later.
Hey. Эй.
Я закрыл уже, да?
Эй.